Hello and good morning. Welcome to day 3 of the 27th AIDA Freediving World Championship here in beautiful Limassol, Cyprus. If you were watching yesterday, you know that we very abruptly ended due to wind and waves and whitecaps. And as you can see behind me over here in this area, things are much better. We have a much easier day going on. I have just received a delivery of lovely tea, which will be keeping me going all throughout the day. So thank you to AFA for that. Today we are doing women's free immersion. Free immersion is a different discipline than the one that we have seen so far. The previous 2 days were bifins, using 2 fins to kick your way down, kick your way back up. Free immersion is basically using the line to pull yourself down and then pull yourself back up again. So in this discipline, athletes are allowed to touch and pull on the line, whereas the other disciplines, they're only allowed to give 1 pull on the candy cane at the bottom. Let's see. What else? That's pretty much it. We're going to be seeing 9 national record attempts from women. And the other thing too is that with the weather from yesterday and some of the men not being able to compete for the bifins, we have moved some of them to the end of today as well. And in addition to that, we have 2 national record attempts in bifins from men at the very end of the day. At the moment, we have our 2 openers. Well, one of our openers now, Yunam Cha of Korea. At the beginning of the day, we always have 2 openers. Generally, those are not put on the dive eye, but they are basically a way to test all of the equipment, make sure all the support staff are ready, and it gives someone who is not competing on the day a little chance to do a shallow dive and just sort of get some experience in the water with the judges, with all the support staff around. And it's a really great opportunity to sort of get the feel of the competition without having the extra stress of having the results counting towards any national any kind of national or world record stuff. As we can see, we have some of our organizers taping some poles together. Philippe is in the blue shirt. He is the secretary of AIDA, in addition to basically being an all-around amazing guy. And then Alex was in white, and he is the president of AIDA. As we can see, we've got a nice little drone shot of the boat. Thank you once again to EDT for letting us use this wonderful vessel. Yesterday while we were... Hello, you want to come join me?
Hi Brandon, if I can join?
Yes, of course, please.
That's some French for the first dives.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll be happy to join.
Cool. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, with pleasure. I am Christian Maldam. I'm the captain coach for the French national team. And I'm very happy to be here with you, Brandon.
Amazing.
For some minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
To share these times and to share some insights from the French national team.
Yes. Yeah, so up first we have Chantal Steiner and Anne-Sophie Passalboni.
That's right.
Yeah?
Very good, very good.
Sweet, okay. I've been practicing my name pronunciation since the first day, where I was not as prepared as I thought I was going to be. So we're getting there, we're moving along. Cool, so first we have Chantal doing a 50-meter dive using free immersion and a 2-minute announced time.
That's it. Chantal is training a lot with Abdelatif Alouache. You know Abdel? Abdel is a very strong diver. He was silver medal yesterday.
Yeah, he did 111 meters using bifins.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Constant weight bifins. He's a very strong diver. Chantal is training a lot with him. She's also a coach.
Okay.
On a daily basis. So Of course, Chantal is freediving a lot. She's experienced, but she's not a real competitive freediver initially. So she's announcing 50. 50 is going to be, I think, a very easy dive for her.
Awesome.
But let's see what she can do, of course. And we still have to wait a bit for her dives. She's normally not doing a lot of competition, but as Abdel was competing, she decided to compete a bit in France, and she had results, significant results. So finally, she was selected in the French national team. So we are very happy for her to be here, but she doesn't want to announce too big numbers, too big figures, because she wants to be safe and to play it easy.
Yeah.
So we'll see for a dive.
And is this her first? This is definitely her first World Championship, but is this her first competition as well?
This is our first World Championship, not competition.
Okay.
Because for France we asked, of course, to have some results to be selected. So she did some competition this year. She was at the Nice Abyss contest. Okay. In Nice. She performed well, and when I saw her performances, I said to her, "Okay, Chantal, maybe you should apply for the French national team." She said, "Oh, really? Why?" So I said, "Because you have the level and you could be in the French national team." So she applied, and she's very happy to be here to share this both ways. So now, of course, she keeps on coaching Abdel, and she's also here for her own performances. She likes it a lot, but she takes it easy about her.
Of course. Okay, looks like we're getting ready. Yeah, there's a little bit of glare on the camera here, but...
Okay, so I was in the water just before. There's a significant current on the surface.
Is there? Okay.
For sure. But
you can kind of see the line pulling a little bit.
So the line is pulling, you see that she's a bit on the side. So this current is, this is this morning current. Let's see her technique. So she's going quite slow, but I think because of the current it's difficult for her. Yeah. There's also a point, is that she's equalizing, she has a mask. Okay. So you can see that because of the mask she has to equalize, to pinch her nose. Yes. So for this reason, of course, the technique is not as fluid as you can see on other dives with people diving with the nose clips. Yeah, that's one of the things that I really dislike about a mask doing depth disciplines, is that if you don't have really good control and you can't open your eustachian tubes to no hands equalize, you need to basically just pinch your nose the entire time. Exactly. So you see that now with her free fall phase, she's a bit disturbed by the currents. She's a bit pushed away. She has to make some moves. Look, she's reaching the
got the tag,
grabbing it easily and coming back up.
Yes.
I really believe in her, and I'm sure she's gonna be easy on the surface. Let's take a look and let's wait. So she has a very fast, small movements. That's okay.
Well, and that's usually pretty common when you're at the deeper depth, because you don't want to open up your chest too much to get some sort of pressure-related injury.
That's right, Brandon. That's a good remark. Exactly. When you do it smaller, of course, you take less risk. Chantal is coming back up easily.
And opening up a little bit more.
Okay, reaching the surface.
Yeah, wow, look at that current is
quite strong.
Every pull she has to pull to get back again.
Okay.
Mask off.
Okay.
Face wipe. I'm okay.
I'm okay. That's good for her. She's smiling.
Yeah, looking nice and fresh.
Yeah, looking nice and fresh. Of course, even if it's an easy dive for her, we are the World Championships, there's always this stress, a kind of tension.
There's a little bit of extra stuff going on in your head during a televised World Champion event, and so...
Okay, that's a white card for Chantal. That's very nice.
First white card of the day.
First white card of the day. That's a good one for Chantal. She will be very happy.
Fantastic. Okay.
So you see that our coach is Abdel on the line, on the side. with him.
Yeah, amazing.
That is preparing to do the 4 discipline this year. So
Yes.
So he has a silver medal from yesterday, but then of course he's going to be present in 3 more dives. So constant weight with a monofin is not trained for that, not a lot. He's not doing monofin regularly, so it's going to be a surprise about what is going to be announced.
Okay.
And able to do.
Okay.
Free immersion is very strong in free immersion, and also constant no fins. The big strength of Abdel, but you've seen that yesterday in the constant weight B fins, is the apnea time.
Yes.
Huge apnea
Very long
times,
apnea time.
Very long. Able to do regularly 4 minutes 30 time dives.
Wow. Okay.
Which is a lot when you do efforts.
Yeah.
So of course in free immersion is very strong. And in constant no fins, of course, it can do very long time. We'll see.
Oh, amazing.
Let's take a look. Now it's Anne-Sophie Passalboni. Anne-Sophie Passalboni is coming from Corsica. She's living on an island and training a lot in Nice now.
Okay.
She's a really gifted and talented freediver. That's her first year, her first World Championship. But she's as a recent freediver, she's not really specialized and not enough trained for equalization. So she has a very easy apnea time. So apnea time is not a problem for her. But of course, the only concern for her is equalization. So she's able to go much deeper in the 60 range. But she decided to announce 50 because, of course, equalization is not her strength.
And we've seen a fair amount of equalization issues over the last few days. From, I think especially on day 1, there were quite a few equalization issues of people turning early, and there were a few yesterday as well.
Here she launched, same thing, current, surface current, important surface current. You can see she's drifting a lot.
Yes.
She's diving with a mask too, same thing as Chantal. So of course she has to pinch her nose for each move. Okay.
Yeah. But if you notice as well, as she gets deeper and deeper, she has to pinch her nose less and less.
That's it.
And that's because as the...
she's struggling with equalization, it looks like. Okay, but she's free falling already.
Free's free falling.
Okay, I hope she will succeed in equalizing because she really deserves it. She's a very good free diver. She's able to do good dives, but of course equalization for her is still on the go to have the proper technique. In the future, I'm sure she keeps on going like that, she will be able to go much deeper once she will have the proper technique.
Definitely.
Okay.
Well, and I mean, this is just her first year of freediving, you said.
Yeah, that's the first competitive year for freediving. She's freediving for a longer time, but that's the first competition year.
Okay.
So 50 meters is a good start.
Definitely.
That's a first World Championship for her to begin to understand all of that, to see, to manage the pressure, the stress of the competition.
Right. Yeah, competition nerves are definitely a real thing that divers have to deal with.
So let's see a bit at which depths we'll have more currents. You see that we are 20 meters. You still find there's a bit of current now already.
Yeah.
Not too much. She's managing well.
It does seem to go away around 30, 35 though, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Nice and high on the line.
Okay. She has the tag.
I'm okay. Another nice smile.
Another nice smile. Let's see what the judge are going to say.
Okay, and a white card.
That's a white card.
Fantastic.
Very happy for Anne-Sophie. That's a good start. She comes back home with a white card.
Yeah.
It was important for her due to her equalization problem last day. She told me, Christian, I really It's really difficult for me, equalization. I know I can do much more, but sometimes it's okay, sometimes not. My dives. Now she has a 50 meters. She's happy.
Well, and consistency with equalizing is such an important thing to get, especially as you dive deeper and deeper.
Of course.
And so, and you know, as you get to 50, 60 meters, you may be able to physically go, but I think it's really important to spend a lot of time at hitting that target depth again and again and again and getting comfortable at that depth versus sort of just doing it once and then blowing past to 52 and then blowing past and doing to 54. I think it's really important just to get completely comfortable at a depth before you progress it.
That's it, and to repeat and repeat the dives so you get more confidence with the equalization, confident with your technique. So for Anne-Sophie, she's really basic for her technique. Now it's still a Valsalva technique, so it's so for her, I think once she will be able to do Frenzel, to do a mouse fill, of course, she will be able really to increase her depths.
Yeah, wow. She was doing Frenzel down to 50.
Yeah, she's doing.
Or Valsalva down to 50.
So
that is impressive.
And she's able to do close to 60 with the Valsalva.
Wow.
So I think she has a very good potential to go much deeper. But we will have to wait in the time for motivation and our ability to master this technique of Frenzel and mouse fill, of course.
Definitely. Up next now we have Tatiana Skovo
from Croatia.
From Croatia, doing a 50-meter dive with an announced time of 1:40.
The Croatian team is a very strong team this year. They come. They have 11 athletes coming to dive. So we have the top level athletes like
Vitomir.
Like Vitomir Maričić, like Lidia Lijic, very strong in pool. She's doing huge competition, huge dives, and also we also Sanda Delija. Sanda Delija is very strong free diver.
Did you know that Tatiana is a molecular biologist with a PhD in biology and regenerative medicine?
Oh, I didn't know. Very nice.
She's also got a big brain as well, which is amazing. Yeah, she's been diving for about 3 years now. Ooh, early turn. Saw a little movement to the ear on that one, so
she had to turn at 39 apparently.
39 or 40, Or 39.
That's exactly what we were talking about. So equalization problem can be experienced for the deep dives, but also for the shallower dives. This is really a key point for these deep dives.
Yeah.
So we have an extra sticker now. Very nice. You can see. Okay.
Cool. Coming up, still doing okay.
So Tatiana has a good technique. I'm sure it's not going to be a problem for the exit for her, of course.
Yeah.
She turned earlier. We see that there's current on the surface. They are not streamlined online, of course. She does easily her protocol.
Yeah. And an early turn like that.
She is gonna have a bit of a deception, but okay, that's part of the game.
Yeah. This is one of our judges. This is Judge Grant. I believe he's the head judge. He's overseeing all the judges, making sure everything's okay.
That's the president of the jury, yes.
Yes. So we have a yellow card here because she did an early turn. But as I've been saying over the last few days, if you're having any issues with equalizing or you're just not having a good dive, it's always better to turn around and dive another day than try and ride the flexibility of your eardrums. Because an eardrum issue can put you out of the water for weeks to months and can also have an impact on the flexibility of your eardrum later on. So you can easily get an injury again.
Of course.
Which we obviously never want. So, yeah. Up next we have Jung-Sun Kim of South Korea.
South Korea is also a very strong country, now becoming a major country in the world of freediving.
Yes.
That's quite recent in the sense that some years ago, like 10 years ago, there was almost no South Korean person diving, or at this level, I mean. But now South Korea is a very strong country, always present in the World Championships, showing that they have really now consistent dives and with top level freedivers.
Yeah.
I'm sure that in
absolutely.
the future there will be some more even top level freedivers coming from South Korea.
I think so as well. Yeah, I mean we've seen a lot of really great progress just in the last few years, and I think also as more athletes are seeing freediving, seeing these videos, I think more people will just get interested and realize that a lot of this stuff is within reach as long as they are doing it safely, taking a course first, and putting in some work. Because freediving definitely takes a lot of work, both physically with training and mentally as well.
For sure. I mean, when we see people diving for these World Championships, maybe everything looks easy for most of them, but that's a lot of work, a lot of training, pool training, static training, of course, maybe also online training with physical training, and also participating to competition, to events, depth events all over the world. So most of these freedivers here, they are used to travel and to go to many different destinations to train themselves, and they are very in this. They spend a lot of time training. It's very important for them. And it's important to understand that too. That's not that you cannot be strong in freediving just by chance.
Yes.
You need to train.
Definitely need to train. I mean, you can have the physical ability to get down, but mentally, if you're not relaxed, if you're not mentally strong, you will definitely struggle.
For sure.
And you cannot have one without the other.
Okay. Landed on and secure. Official gauges on.
Okay.
Line is
Haley
set.
has said that she loves to take photos underwater and is actually an underwater model. So do make sure that you check out her Instagram account. I'm sure she has plenty of photos posted there. And as always, check the description of this video for all of the social media tags and stuff for all the athletes. And give them a follow because, obviously that helps them get in front of sponsors, which, some of the athletes are sponsored, others are not. And so, having a large following definitely helps them continue to do events like this.
Of course. Sponsor, of course, getting funding to participate to competitions, World Championships is a major concern for most of the freedivers. We are still in a sport, there are very few professional, or the ones that are professional are not paid by competition, they are paid because they're instructors, because maybe they make special movies.
Yeah. Or they just have day jobs that, they take vacation to come here.
Exactly. That's what most of the people do. They have to take vacation to come here, and they have to pay, of course, all the fees for the competition, the flights, the accommodation here on site with their own money. So it's not that easy, and for some it's very difficult to live all year long. But passion drives them to do that and to keep on performing and to believe in the sport, freediving.
Definitely. So it actually looks like we are switching to Ayumi Ishizaka of Japan. Taiko, as she likes to be called. I don't really know why. We did miss the official top for Haley, but maybe we'll get an answer on what happened there. Sometimes the athletes just decide today is not their day and they would rather not dive, and that's okay. I think that's part of the mental knowing yourself in freediving. that is so important. Ayumi is doing a 53-meter dive with a 2:05 announced time.
We will see a lot of Japanese this year too diving. That's a Japanese team has always been a very strong team. That's more decades now that they're very present. They are very consistent in diving. They are very strong freedivers, male or female, and that's very interesting to follow them to see how they are performing.
Okay, we see now that Haley has D and S.
Do not start. Did not start.
Do not start. Okay, yeah.
So we don't know why exactly. Probably they will tell us afterwards.
Yep.
She was on the line, so I don't know.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
So we see Ayumi getting ready. So just before on the boat there was 4 or 5 Japanese getting ready. So I think we'll see them diving. You see that just after we also have Yukimoto.
Yes.
Yukimoto is diving and freediving for a very long time on the circuit. Well, let's take a look at Ayumi. Ayumi is announcing 53, really 2:05.
Yes.
We'll see how the current also is after a dive.
It does feel like it's, at least up here, it does feel like it's calming down a little bit.
It's probably it's going to calm down at a time. Looks like during the previous days we could see that at certain times there was more current than others. So of course it depends on what time you're diving. Okay, good start for Ayumi.
Yeah.
Okay, she's quite
nice
fast
big poles.
here, Okay, she's
does still look like there's a little bit current.
Yeah. Okay. This is interesting to see how she pinches her nose. She pinches her nose on her way with within the movement. That's interesting. That's very efficient. The way
very
she's
efficient.
pinching. So she's still moving and pinching and pinches her nose. So now she's in the last move, trying just to focus on equalization and pulling a bit. She was quite fast at the beginning. I hope she had still some time to equalize. Looks okay.
Looks okay.
She's very close now, reaching the ball and the tag.
And
Good.
the tag. And it's interesting too, she didn't have any free fall in her dive. Usually a diver after maybe 30, 40, sometimes 50 meters will stop pulling and will just let themselves drop.
That's right. Yeah, she didn't take the time to free fall. I don't know if it's a regular technique or maybe she took this special technique today because of the current. Because when there's current, the free fall is a bit more difficult. So of course it can be a good technique to keep on doing some movements even if they are not as fast, as big as what you do usually, because then you avoid to have to correct your position along the line all the time.
Right. She's looking good though.
She's looking very nice.
Yeah. She is okay.
Yeah, she did. She said it very strong, in a very strong manner.
Yeah.
With a big voice, you could hear it from here too.
And as always, looking nice and fresh.
Nice and fresh. She seems to be very happy. Very nice smile. We are very happy for Ayumi.
Yeah, she was saying that. Okay, awesome, a white card. She was saying that she really likes constant weight, or CNF, but really also loves free immersion. So this is one of the she was really looking forward to. And it clearly shows. Ah, amazing. And when she competed on Wednesday, on the first day, again, just had an amazing smile on her face, very excited. And that's really how freediving should be. No matter what depth you're diving to, you should be celebrating your dives. Because in a way, I believe you can't really compare your dives to other people. Because every single dive is a different experience. Every single dive is a different set of variables, both in the water, in your mind. And while we can compare depths and times, really as long as you are enjoying yourself and you're feeling good, I think that's what matters most in freediving.
Of course. Most freedivers to feel good, to have a good feeling on their dives, to make the perfect dive, if you can say that like that, which means that you really come out with this particular pleasure and enjoyment that you had during the dive. That's what most freedivers are looking for.
Definitely.
So now we have Yuki Muto. As I was saying just before, she's doing competition since a very long time. I think I met her at least 10 years ago, if I remember well, when I was competing myself. But I don't know, I remember exactly where. Maybe you have some clues, Brandon, about that?
Let's see. Checking my notes here. Let's see. She was in Larnaca at the Infinity Depth Games in 2019, where she took overall third place. And that was about 2 years ago, and that was her last competition.
So she's a very experienced freediver. That's very interesting. Since years freediving, always with the Japanese team. So let's see what she can do. Yuki, 53.
2-minute announced dive time.
I think she can do it. I'm not really afraid about it. I think
No.
it's not going to be too hard for her.
This is her 5th championship in 10 years.
That's it, huh? I probably met her 2011, I guess, in Kalamata.
Okay.
Probably. The World Championships, Depth World Championships. I think I met her here. I saw her back in 2012. Team World Championships in Villefranche-sur-mer, probably.
Okay.
Let's see. Take a look at her free fall. Look, she's struggling to free fall. I think the current is drifting her.
You can see she has her fingers around the line,
Yeah.
so she doesn't move away. And then you can also see the lanyard on her ankle.
Yeah.
That's a
Feet
safety
are pushed
precaution.
away.
Yeah.
They're going down.
50. Hitting the candy cane. Grabbing a
Grabbing the
tag.
tag.
Beginning the pulls. Nice big arm movements. Yeah, at this depth, taking big arm movements like that is less of a risk than if you were taking big arm movements at 70, 80. And so we might see more of the shallower divers doing dives where they start doing long arm pulls immediately, whereas as we get to the deeper dives, we'll see slower movements and smaller movements. But again, everyone is different, so everyone has their own style.
Okay, she's relaxed. You can see that she's coming up easily. So something like breathe. Please get. Okay, it was not so easy finally. Yeah?
No,
Okay.
yeah.
So
So very small surface blackout.
yeah. Okay, she's coming back now.
Yeah, coming back now.
She's looking good. That's a pity for Yuki. I think maybe she was disturbed by the current. She had to make some extra movements, probably compared to what she's able to do. and she paid this off finally on the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder in losing her tag as she gave the okay sign, she sort of stopped breathing for a second.
That's it. Exactly.
And I mean, it's so interesting that just missing one or two little breaths on the surface, doing your recovery breaths, can have an impact like that, and can go from you being totally fine and fresh to having a surface blackout.
1 minute. Is that number 3?
Okay.
See you, Brandon.
Yes, thank you so
very
much.
for your invitation.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming and commenting with me. This has been really awesome to have you and giving your feedback and advice and all of the commentary that you've done. So
Thank you very much, Brandon. I will be happy to come back. And,
cool, awesome. It will be great to have you.
thank you.
Cool, awesome.
Bye-bye.
Chat soon. Bye. Awesome. So up next we have Linda Maijont of Belgium. I do hope I pronounced that right. She is doing a 53-meter dive with a 1:50 announced dive time. Her last competition, like a lot of the other athletes here, was at the World Championship in Nice in 2019.
Last one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
She's been spending a lot of time in the last 2 years working on her mouth fill and her equalization techniques. As we were just saying, equalization is one of the biggest things that stop freedivers after they get down to residual capacity or residual volume in their lungs, which is basically if you were to exhale all of the air out of your lungs and then hold your breath, that's what it would feel like. Residual volume happens around 35-40 meters depending on the diver, and in an effort to, because it's very difficult to move air gases from your lungs up into your mouth to equalize at that point, we can see here that Linda has what's called a mouth fill. She has moved air earlier up in her dive from her lungs. Ooh, early turn. She's moved air from in her lungs up into her mouth and has then basically sealed off her mouth from her lungs to keep that air there, which she then uses to equalize her ears. We see some nice strong pulls though.
One side.
We saw a little bit of an arm movement there. Breathing, recovering, staying up. She's okay. Oof. On the first day before the competition, we got a briefing from all of the safety divers and the chief of safety, and they said that if there was ever an issue that not me, the divers should put their arm across, make a sign across their neck like they are saying no, basically. And if that was the case, the divers would watch very closely and make sure that they were doing okay.
It's 45.7.
She seems to be okay. Obviously frustrated though.
34 and dive number 4 on each one.
Up next, we have Clémentine Marie of France. She lives in Paris. Oh, no, this is Zoya. I'm sorry. Zoya Golovnia of Russia, doing a 55-meter dive with an announced 2-minute dive time. Zoya is part of the very big Russian team that is here.
6 minutes.
Sporting a very lovely blue Molchanov's nose clip. Yeah, I have to say, it's always very interesting to see how current and water conditions can have such a big impact on dives. Not only, physically, as we've seen of divers having to pull themselves closer to the line, having to not really being able to relax on a free fall. To even to the point of, hearing at the back of the boat that there's a lot of current, and sort of mentally getting ready for that. Here she goes, pulling herself down the line. In the free immersion discipline, I've noticed that there's sort of this tendency to be a little bit more floppy, if I may say so. Partially, we're seeing that here due to the current, but because divers are not kicking, they're only using their arms, they are basically relaxing their legs as much as they can. Okay, we've got a nice free fall.
4 minutes.
You can see as well she has air in her cheeks that she's using to equalize. Opening her eyes, watching for the line. Here we go, feeling the candy cane. Nice turn. Got some nice relaxed arm pulls. Personally, I really like free immersion. I find that it's much more relaxing and you can really get into the rhythm of each individual arm pull as you go. With kicking, with all the kicking disciplines, I personally find that I spend a lot of time thinking about my technique and that sort of stuff, whereas with free immersion, I'm mostly just focusing on the rhythmic pulling on the line. And it's much easier for me to sort of just get lost in the dive. Nose clip, I'm okay. One of the things that we're looking for when someone is doing their surface protocol is the number of face wipes. A diver is allowed 1 face wipe in their surface protocol. So if they remove their nose clip, wipe their face, then give the OK sign, and say I'm okay, then that means that the surface protocol was successful. We have a yellow card. That is interesting. I don't know why. I'll be totally honest with you. So maybe we can figure out why that is in a little bit. I've also just been informed we now have 430,000 viewers from China. So please do say hi if you would like to. Thank you all for being here and for supporting all these amazing athletes. And to everyone else who's watching around the world as well. You are equally as important. Okay, now we have Clémentine Maly of France. Getting ready up on the surface.
30 seconds.
With her coach and my just recent co-host, Nicolas.
20.
Before her dives, she does a quick visualization of the dive running smoothly in her mind, everything from the feeling of the rope to the feeling of her body moving through the water. Does 1 or 2 warm-up dives, does a hang at 15 meters, and then just breathes and relaxes. Here we go. We see Dan Verhoeven, one of the 3 photographers here, getting in the way of the... I had a little bit of loss of power here. Getting down to the bottom, grabbing a tag, nice and easy turn. Once again, pulling back up again. Clémentine lives in Paris, but whenever she can, she loves to do any kind of fun dives. She absolutely loves the coral reefs in Egypt, and all of the marine life in the south of France or Corsica. She's meeting with the first safety now, second safety. As we've been saying, we're taking safety very, very seriously. And as we discussed yesterday, there are 4 safety divers for each athlete that goes down. Especially as we get deeper and deeper, anything after 80 meters. Also, a scooter will meet them down as well. Clémentine looks nice and fresh, has a nice high grab up on the line. An athlete has 15 seconds to complete their surface protocol and then is observed by the judges for 30 seconds at least before getting the card. As we can see, Clémentine just got a white card, which is fantastic. Congratulations. Lots of smiles. As I've said before, everyone here knows each other. Everyone is friends, closer to family.
Okay, Grant.
And as always, there's lots of hugs. There's lots of celebration.
We have gauge 8.
It's a really, really nice
dive number 4.
Atmosphere to be in.
55.0.
Up next we have Ruth Osborne from the UK.
Thank you. So,
Ruth is doing a 56-meter dive with an announced time of 2:16.
89 meters, guys. 89 meters. Line.
I've had a lot of opportunities to hang out with Ruth over the last 2.5 to 3 weeks. She's always, as soon as I see her, she's waving and she's telling people that she's talking to hang on for 1 second and comes over and gives a hug, asks how I'm doing, and she'll do this for anyone that comes around. She's just a lovely and caring person. She lives in Ibiza during the summer and usually travels to warm places during the winter just to continue to surf or dive.
5, 6, 7, 8, 89.
Ruth has been diving for about 6 years now, and when she took her AIDA 2 course in 2015 in Ibiza, she eventually worked through the AIDA education system and became an instructor in 2018. She's looking really nice and relaxed. So you can see she just puffed out her cheeks. So at that point she took her mouth fill.
I'm so happy.
We sometimes see that divers will charge their mouth fill at a shallower depth to assist with equalizing, and then we'll sort of top up the mouth fill at deeper depths. This makes equalizing easier in the upper meters of a dive. You can see a nice free fall. There we go. Taking a little bit of time down at the bottom to attach the tag to her belt. These arm pulls are looking really nice and strong though.
Okay, landing is on and secure, fishing gauge is on.
If you look very closely, you can see the current sort of bowing the line to the right a little bit. So it sort of looks like after around 30-35 meters, the current seems to decrease a little bit. Which is good, because I think most divers don't start their free fall until around 30-35. Especially as we're getting deeper, we'll see more of that. Doing her recovery breaths. You can hear her coach, Anas Jair, shouting at her to remove the nose clip. Nice big smile on her face. We've got a tag and a white card. Fantastic. Oh, nice. Just a lovely dive from Ruth there. She's part of Team Britain with our team, Team UK with Dean Cipollina, Dean Schausch, Alice Simmons, and a sixth diver that I'm going to kick myself later for not remembering. So I am so very sorry to the one... Oh! David Mellor of that we had diving yesterday. There we go, we're good, I got it. Up next we have Fatima Korok of Hungary, doing a national record of 89 meters. She has announced 3:33 for her dive time. One of my sister's lucky numbers that she discovered when she was young is the number 3. And 3 threes must be good luck, right? You can see she took a second there to flood her hood. Flooding your hood is basically what you do. You let water into your hood and then that goes into your ears. If divers don't do that and there's air in the outer ear canal, as you go deeper and deeper, that air becomes a sealed airspace. And as we know, you need to equalize all of your air spaces in your body in order to not have a pressure-related injury. So if you fill that space with water, water does not compress, and as such, you will not have pressure-related injuries in that way. Hitting free fall now. Fatima got here either 2 or 3 months before the comp and has been training really a lot. Getting used to the conditions, getting used to the depths that she's diving. She's looking really nice and relaxed here. And we see, touching down, grabbing a tag. Oop, and there we go. Beginning to pull back up again. Fatima is a 12-time national record holder for Hungary. And in this dive, she's beating her own personal record as well. Looking nice and strong, having some really good pulls here. We see our first safety, and we also see that they have the scooter with them. As I was saying, any dive over 80 meters deep, the safety team sends down a scooter as well to meet them at a deeper depth. Again, safety being the priority. As with any discipline where you're kicking, lactic acid will build up in your body. So Fatima's arms must be getting quite tired, but as we see, she rides the positive buoyancy up to the surface.
No sleep. I'm okay.
Turning towards the judges.
I'm okay. Perfect.
She's got her nose clip off, the sign, I'm okay. Keeping her airways out of the water.
Stay up, stay up, stay up.
She has a duck.
She has to feel really good about this dive.
Let's go.
White card.
And we've got a white card. A national record again. Amazing dive, Fatima. Oh, absolutely fantastic. Beautiful dive.
Okay, we have gauge A1,
As you can hear,
dive number 5.
she often, after a really good dive, does a lot of groaning, as it were. And that's how you know. That's how you know Fatima's had a really good dive. Can't wait to chat with her later to figure out how she felt. Next up we have Jennifer Venland of Germany. Another sweet graphic there for you. Again, Jennifer has the world record in bifins and is a multi-time national record holder in Germany as well. She's doing 85 meters with an announced dive time of 3:15. We were talking the other day and we were discussing what our favorite dives have been in the past. And like what the most memorable experience of diving has been. And she was saying that hers was diving with sharks and also diving with bioluminescent plankton. So those are the plankton that you'll see light up in waves or when animals are moving through it. It's a really incredible experience. The chance you should definitely go give it a try because it's very, very cool. We have a really nice relaxed free fall here. At 70 meters. Jennifer's looking really nice and relaxed here. Reaching the candy cane. Touchdown. Nice big poles. As you notice as well, there were a few small poles in the beginning. Again, just as a safety precaution, just to make sure that you are not opening yourself to any pressure-related injuries in your lungs. Because at that depth, if you open up your chest too quickly, or if you even if you look up too quickly with your head, that can be enough to cause a barotrauma, which is a pressure-related injury. When she's not breaking world and national records, Jennifer is cycling and either doing road biking or biking on gravel. Or she's working for E.ON, a big energy company.
Stay up, Jennifer, stay up.
Oop.
Breathe.
Oh.
Breathe, Jennifer, breathe.
Oh. Looks like we have a surface blackout. As you can see, the divers are blowing across her face. We have receptors in our cheeks that can sense if we are in the water or if we are above the water. And by blowing across a diver's face after they've blacked out, tapping on their cheek, and by saying their name and telling them to breathe. All of those things help a diver revive quite quickly. Additionally, one of the things when a diver has blacked out, the first thing that comes back is the ability to hear. And so as you hear your name and being told to breathe, that is the first thing that you hear and you start to do. Oof. Bit of a tough dive. But as we were saying the other day, surface blackout is not considered by the medical staff as a medical injury and a medical issue. A pressure-related injury, such as a barotrauma or a deep blackout, is something that requires medical assistance. The safeties can very easily revive a diver, and as long as they relax and rest for the next 2 days, they very quickly bounce back. We now have Elena Konesna of the Czech Republic, Ali for short, doing an 84-meter dive with an announced time of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. She started diving around 19 or 20 and is 39 years old now, although if I recall correctly, she has a birthday sometime during the comp. So we'll be looking forward to celebrating that one of these nights. She started diving when she was 6 years old and has always loved swimming and swam at school and has really always enjoyed the water. As you can see, she has placed the rope sort of in her armpit as a way to just completely relax, not really worry about trying to hold on to anything, and as long as she can sort of hear, because at these depths you can hear the sound of the lanyard, the carabiner of your lanyard, moving behind you with a little bit of friction against the rope. And you can hear that. And so just being in a position where she's completely motionless, not having to hold any tension at all, means that she can really relax into the free fall. These pulls are looking really good. Again, all the safety team, photographer in the background. If you notice now, she has really slowed down her pulls. She's gotten to a point of positive buoyancy. On the surface now. Looking good. Got the tag. Waiting for the call. And a white card. Thank you, Judge Grant, for showing us the cards. Awesome. Really nice dive from Elena there. And I neglected to say that that is a new national record for the Czech Republic. So even more props.
Brad, guess what?
Again, hugs all around. So you can see Jennifer.
The national record. Congratulations for national record. Okay, so dive number 5 on A2.
Being taken care of by all the medical staff and the safety team.
What are we doing with the line now? We are going to 81 meter, guys. Line.
Next up we have
Line.
Chung Kim of South Korea. Getting started doing a few packs on the surface.
Up.
Packing is a technique used by divers to add more air into their lungs on top of what they can take in just by using their respiratory muscles. As I've said a few times now, and will continue to for anyone who does not know what packing is, while it does add some extra oxygen into your overall fuel tank, so to speak, primarily divers use packing in order to be able to equalize at a deeper depth. The more air they have in their lungs, the deeper they can either charge their mouthfill, or the deeper they can do a reverse pack, which is a technique used by divers to basically pull air out of their lungs up into their mouth.
Because it's yeah.
If you want to learn more about packing or reverse mouthfill or reverse packing, or really just more about freediving, the number one thing you should do is take a freediving course. An instructor will very happily teach you all about the safety, will help coach you through any techniques. Ooh, a little bit of an early turn at 71 meters. Again, as we were saying earlier, it's always better to, if you're having a bad dive or if you're not really able to equalize, it's always better just to turn around versus pushing it and risking injury or risking a blackout. She's looking nice and relaxed though, so this probably would end up being a equalization issue rather than any kind of concern about depth. Safety 1 is there. This was a national record attempt, and while Chung won't get a white card for this, as long as there are no issues on the surface with her surface protocol, she should get a yellow card, which will still count towards her overall points for both this event and her ranking in this event, and also in the competition as a whole. Each event, men's free immersion, women's free immersion, bifins free immersion, or bifins, men and women's. She's okay. Each one of them has a ranking for the event based on the points that divers get. Yellow means that you still get some points, but not all the points that you would have gotten if you'd had a white card, and red card means you get no points. It's a disqualification. So we've got a yellow card. So her points will count, but unfortunately the national record was not broken. But that's okay. Very nice dive either way. Looks nice and relaxed.
1 minute.
Really great technique. we now have Sanda Delia of Croatia. One of the things that we haven't talked about today, this is also a national record, an 81-meter attempt with a announced time of 3:10. One of the things that we haven't talked about yet today is the weight belts and the weights that divers wear. As you can see on Sanda, she's wearing a weight belt that has a lead weight on the back. As she dives, we'll see if she has any weights in the front as well.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You can hear now the judges counting. After the official top, an athlete has 30 seconds to begin their dive.
25.
25 seconds. She's 5. Okay, there we go. Using all of her time. So an 81-meter dive. I believe we can see that she does have some weight in front as well. Weighting plays an important role in a freediver's dive setup. The wetsuit that a diver wears adds positive buoyancy to your weight, and so you float very nicely on the surface.
Oh.
You okay?
Yeah, okay.
Cool, awesome. I'm joined by Suzanne Lim of France.
Hi.
And we're in the process now of watching Sanda's dive, the national record attempt. I was just talking about different weighting setups and why having the correct weighting is important. We can see that she has 2 weights on the front.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
Early turn.
But the condition today is very, very tough.
Yeah, we've been seeing that there's a lot. And yeah, I mean that has such a big impact on, not if there's no current, you're only pulling up.
Yeah.
But if there is current, you're also pulling yourself back towards the line.
Exactly.
And that takes a lot of extra energy to do and to manage.
So for the small story, Sandra, I know her because she used to come to France to dive with the French team.
Okay.
And she speaks fluently French. I think she's working in Italy, which is next door to
yes.
south of France.
Yeah, she's working in Sardinia.
Exactly.
Yes.
As an instructor. So sometimes it's also hard for her to combine teaching and training for herself. But she's a pretty strong diver, so it's sad she early turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because she tried during this competition to set 2 national records. Yesterday for bifin, not yesterday, the day before.
Wednesday, yes, yeah.
And unfortunately she got a penalty or DQ, I don't remember, but she canceled it, and today she tried again, and that's pretty sad.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Yeah, definitely. But I suspect she'll be nice and fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously frustrated.
I don't know if she's going to try all the discipline. Do you know?
I don't know offhand, but I suspect she will. From what I know of her and her personality, okay, we have a yellow card. From what I know of her, she's a very strong person and I think would definitely want to compete as much as she could. So, 2 more chances.
Yeah, 2 more.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
normally condition will get better.
Yes.
Just yesterday and today was a bit tough.
Yeah. There we go.
Hello.
We're on camera. Up here in the booth in the crow's nest, as I've been calling it. Conditions do seem to be mellowing out a little bit. But yeah, obviously with current, that sort of has a mind of its own. But yeah.
Oh, teammate.
Yes. Would you like to introduce your teammate?
Yeah, sure. So Mariana Gillespie, she's from Russia and she also French. She's been training with the French team for maybe 2 or 3 years. So now she's attempting a national record in free immersion, 81 meters. You can see beside her our coach,
Yes.
Christian.
Yes.
Very dedicated coach. I think he doesn't sleep a lot, so very nice coach.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we're
Sherry gone.
and we're going.
Wow.
There we go. And actually, if we're looking,
Yeah, you see the current and the Davai?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know what's
geez.
happening.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, we can still see there's a little bit of a bend in the rope, so that's sort of a sign that there's still some current down there. As we can see with Mariana, well,
But Mariana,
maybe as we can see.
she's a very strong diver. I think she dove to 100 meters plus.
Yeah, she did
few months
100,
ago.
102 constant weight,
Yeah.
which is also a French
So I think
record.
she has no issue at all with equalization. So 81 would be pretty much easy, I think, for her.
So it looks
she's-
like we've gone to surface camera. Sorry, go ahead.
And here is Maya, judge from Slovenia.
Yes. Okay.
And you can see on her wetsuit she has many sponsors like Super Smart Food Supplement from Luxembourg. She's also sponsored by AIDA Swiss Watches from Switzerland and Freediving Club Greece. And Kalamata, this is where she's used to train.
Yes.
As well?
And that's where she teaches as
Oh,
well,
she
yeah.
teaches as well. I didn't know
I
she was a teacher there.
believe so. Maybe. I could be wrong on that though.
She already have some nice record like gold medals, silver medals. She's very complete athlete. I think before she was competing in pool, and then she switched to depth discipline as well. She's very complete freediver athlete.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and okay, still no footage. But yeah, she's been representing France since 2020, and before that, she was representing Russia.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she has won 2 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and the Molchanova overall award in the Russian competition for Russia.
Okay, we can't see what's happening underneath.
Yeah,
I don't know what's happening with the Davai.
yeah.
I think
We
she's
see-
on site.
We see that she's in sight from the safety, or from the judge.
Okay, now back.
Okay, there we go.
Looks strong.
Does look strong.
Oh, a wave, but she managed
A little bit of
it.
a wave.
Nose clip and goggles. Facing the judge.
Facing the judge.
His side. And
Okay, keep breathing. Keep breathing. Okay, she's looking okay. Okay, seem to be okay.
yeah.
Retrieving a tag.
Yeah, I didn't know if.
There
oh,
we go.
Nice.
So there is a tag. That is good. It's a good sign. And a white card. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So that is a new national record for France in
Bravo,
women's free
Mariana.
immersion.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Wish we could have seen it, but
You know, condition was tough today. So previously we see potential gold medal, and it's easy to lose it.
yes,
Today.
definitely, definitely. Oh, amazing. Up next we have Irena Vaniova of the Czech Republic. Thank you. You heading out?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
heading out with the French team.
Cool. Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming.
Good luck, Brendan.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
Yes.
Ooh, be careful though. Okay. Yes. Irena Vaniova attempting a 80-meter dive with an announced time of 3:05. Like I said on Wednesday, I met her on the first day, my first dive. Very sweet. Couldn't pronounce her last name. But very quickly started chatting, hanging out. And just the other day, I had the pleasure of teaching her how to use chopsticks for the first time. And she picked it up very, very quickly. Free immersion, the one that she's doing now, is her favorite discipline. She loves it because she finds it very relaxing. The free fall is really nice. And again, she can really just get into the rhythm of a dive versus worrying about a lot of technique and a lot of that sort of stuff. With this kind of dive, all of the propulsion comes from the front of the body rather than the back. And again, I used the analogy of an arrow yesterday, with a lot of freedivers putting a neck weight around their neck versus wearing weight around their waist. But similarly with pulling, the sort of weight and the direction of the body is being pulled rather than being propelled forward. Down and a turn.
1 minute 30 seconds dive.
Again, we see a few small pulls and then switching to bigger one. Bit of a lanyard snag there, but looking good.
145.
Got some good pulls.
2 minutes dive.
As you can see, we're being met by the first safety diver using the scooter. Safety diver number 2. And actually, I'm joined now by one of the safety team. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi guys, I'm Roberto Butera. Good to be here, watching Irena's dive,
Yeah.
reaching the
Absolutely.
surface, very strong diver.
She's a very strong diver. She's only been diving for about a year or less than a year. I think she started diving last year in November.
Very
Oh.
clean surface protocol.
Very clean, looking nice and fresh too.
Yeah, it looks like she enjoyed the dive.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Now we wait. We've got a tag. And a white card. Fantastic. Congratulations, Irena. Fantastic dive. Really great technique.
6 minutes.
It's got to feel really good. Cool. So for the people who don't know what safeties do,
Yes.
what would you say your job is?
the job is to keep the athlete safe before the dive and during the dive and after the dive. So yeah, we need to be prepared. We did many drills during the previous days of the competition with the Marco Cosentino. He's one of the most experienced safeties. He came here in Limassol and we've been doing many drills and rescuing people and using the scooter and practicing on everybody's role, because each safety has a precise role to do a precise task to accomplish. And yeah, organization is what makes the difference in a successful team.
Definitely. Definitely.
And yeah.
Up next we have Renee London of the USA, the only US freediver here, but not the only American here. Both myself and one of the judges, Grant, are also American. If you could not guess from my very, very distinct American accent.
Which I don't have. I'm from Italy, if it's not clear from my accent.
Yeah. Renee is doing a 73-meter dive with an announced time of 3 minutes.
It's a PB dive for her, if I'm not wrong.
I think you're right. I think it is a PB dive.
She trains in Dahab most
Yes,
of the year.
trains in Dahab and is sponsored by USA Freediving and is part of the USA Freediving team.
A little bit higher.
It's really nice looking poles, looking nice and relaxed. You can see we've got our mouth fill.
Look the line. Line set on 71.
Really nice free fall.
Yeah.
And at this depth looks like there's no current.
Good body position.
Yeah. Really nice and streamlined with her head tucked in ever so slightly. Keeping her close to the line, and again, opting to dive with the line in her armpit. As you can see on the back of her head too, she had a little circular thing. That's her dive computer. A lot of divers have alarms set to know when they should sort of come out of their meditative state during their free fall to get ready to grab the tag off the bottom. And sometimes if you're really, really relaxed and you're just completely zoned out, you will not hear an alarm on your wrist. So many divers opt to put it either inside their hood, attached to their neck weight, and that gets it much closer to their ears so they can actually hear.
Yeah, definitely. We saw many people bumping their heads on the bottom plate.
Yeah.
In the past.
Yeah, a lot of people have been very, very relaxed, and that's a sign of being super relaxed is just flying right past the bottom plate.
In the zone.
Completely in the zone, yeah. And speaking of in the zone, I mean, Renee looks fantastic here. These poles look nice and relaxed.
How are you today?
You can see just sort of letting her legs do what they want.
Yeah, starting the first contractions probably. She still looks very relaxed and in control. Technique is good.
Yeah.
Floating up.
Taking her recovery breaths. Come on.
Shaking.
Oop, little shaking.
Mild LMC. Okay.
Okay, she has time to take her nose clip off, and then she can give the okay sign again within 15 seconds.
Yeah.
So that was very, very close, but I think we should see a white card here.
The decision of the judges. Yeah.
Red card.
I had this impression she did the okay sign many times.
Yeah.
Probably twice after removing the nose clip. As you said, it's allowed to do it just one time.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit hypoxic on the surface.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. But smiling, as you can see, the safeties are taking off the official dive watch. Divers are allowed to bring their own watches down, but they also are given an official AIDA watch to track their dive time and their depth. And then all of that information then goes to the judges' scores at the end of the day.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Up next we have Tatiana Zemeckis. That's probably not right. I do apologize, Tatiana.
She will forgive you. She knows that she has a complicated last name for foreigners.
Okay, well, at least there's that. Cool, Tatiana's doing a 71-meter dive with an announced time of 3 minutes.
I go and pout on the deck.
Cool, sounds good. Thank you so much for joining
See
me.
you later, guys.
Cool, yeah, see you later.
Russia, 71. Dive time, 3 minutes.
Got some nice pulls coming down. Doing some nice fast pulls. You know, as with any of the disciplines, you can sort of go the fast route that uses more energy, or the slow route that pushes out your dive time a bit more, but is a bit more relaxed. And as I've said, every diver is different. Everyone has their own preference. You can sort of see here, struggling to get into a good free fall position, potentially due to some current. Yeah, this looks like a bit of a current issue here. Doing a few more pulls to keep close to the dive line. If you'll notice, Tatiana has a bit shorter of a dive lanyard than other divers have. Okay, we're coming back up again. Got some nice strong pulls. Again, you'll notice the neck weight around Tatiana's neck. And of course, it definitely has to match the waistband as well. As I've said numerous times, the first rule of freediving is that you have to look good doing it. And this being a televised event, being broadcast all around the world, you really do have to look your best. Slowing down her pulls now. Doing a little bit more of a glide in between. Safety's keeping a very close eye on her. They're looking for any signs of hypoxia and loss of motor control, as that's one of the first things that happens as a diver begins to have a blackout. Okay, here we go. Taking some recovery breaths. Ooh, airways dipped below the water a little bit. She's okay. As I said, divers have 15 seconds to complete their surface protocol. Looking fresher now. Lips a little blue. We'll see what the judges say Red card. Okay, so it looks like they saw her airways drop below the water. All athletes have the opportunity to protest the results if they want. When they do, they meet with the judges to discuss their case. The judges then review footage from as many angles as they have, and then they make a decision based on that. So Tatiana might try and fight this, but we'll have to see. All the results are posted online on the AIDA International website. If you go to AIDAinternational.com, scroll down a little bit, click on the 27th AIDA World Championship logo, you will be then taken to a page that on the top menu on the far right hand side has record and start times. And that's where you will see the results of all of the dives that have happened so far.
66 meters.
And then just skip past day 1 and day 2 because those were the 2 official training days. We now have Mojca Aberman of Slovenia. She's doing a 66 meter dive with an announced time of 2:36. Mojca is a physiotherapy student, so she's going to school for physiotherapy at the moment, and when she can, she's also doing her freediving training.
Okay, lock the line.
She's in a nice streamlined position. Pulled a bit far away from the line. So there might be a bit of drag happening. Oh no, she looks okay. Okay. A little bit of chaos down at the turn. But I mean, again, you know, as athletes are relaxed, especially with the current pulling them away, you know, you might not really be ready to reach out, and then if the line is not there because you're pulled far away because of the current, it can be a little bit disorienting. So I definitely do not blame her for a bit of the chaotic turn at the bottom. Some of her biggest supporters have been her Inhale Blue team and her family. So shout out to you all and to all of the family and supporters and friends at home, employers, everyone watching, supporting all these athletes. Once again, make sure you're following all of them on their Instagrams or social media. It really helps them out that you follow them, support them. I mean, you can see them doing some cool stuff as well. Come on, Mojca. Come on. Oof. Oh. Oof. These. So that I would consider a LMC, or a loss of motor control. She does have the tag. Loss of motor control comes right before a blackout. We have a red card. Again, judges saw the airways dip below the water, even for a very small second. And it's unfortunately pretty clear that she was not as lucid as we might like to do the surface protocol. But again, all of these divers have opportunities to do multiple events. Unfortunately, this is the only day for free immersion for the women, but we still have constant weight no fins and constant weight with the monofin left. Last dive before our break is going to be Tjaša Ukakar of Slovenia, doing a 66-meter dive with an announced time of 2:30. Once again, noticing all of the flotation devices that have not had any sponsor information plastered all over them. I'm gonna keep telling you guys, this is day 3 now. If anybody wants to partner up, talk about some opportunities for freedive specific flotation devices, let me know. My Instagram handle is Brandon Freediver. Tjaša's official first competition was at Amorgos, Greece, at the authentic Big Blue. And if I recall correctly, that is where Le Grand Bleu, the famous freediving movie, took place. Someone will have to correct me though in the comments. Or confirm in the comments. How about that? Tjaša's preferred event is the monofin, but she really likes diving fast. And I think we can sort of see from her initial pulls and her initial descent, she's going quite quickly. As you can see, she's holding her nose. Yep. Sometimes nose clips have the potential of slipping during a dive, either from applying too much pressure doing equalizing, or if you just have some oils on your nose, even the speed of the dive can be enough to sort of start to move the nose clip around. And so we sometimes see divers move out of a more relaxed position to pinching their nose with their elbow tucked in order to make sure that they can continue to equalize and they don't lose the nose clip. Got our first safety diver. Second safety diver. Coming up nice and slow. Letting the positive buoyancy take her back up to the surface. Using as little energy as possible. Whoop, whoop, oh. And we have another one. Oh, really unfortunate. Safety divers are there though, supporting her, making sure her airways stay out of the water. For a lot of these surface blackouts, the divers will sometimes not even realize that they even blacked out. They'll pop up, have a little bit of an LMC, do a quick blackout, and then regain consciousness and just wonder why the judges are showing them a red card, because they just don't remember. But Tjaša's smiling, doing okay. That dive was about 15 seconds longer than what she anticipated. So that might have a little bit of a reason behind it. But okay, we've got safeties signaling to us. But on that note, that will wrap up the first half of our day. We do have a fair amount of yellow cards and red cards, which we don't necessarily like to see. We obviously prefer to see yellow cards over red cards, which we definitely do see more of, I think. We also can see our sponsors on the left-hand side of the screen: Double K, Best Dive, Paralens, EDT Offshore. And thank you to all of our sponsors who are supporting us, making this event possible. And then as we can see here as well, we have a fair number of red cards as well from DQs. I'm going to go take a break. I need to put some food in my stomach, drink a little bit of tea, and I will be back in about half an hour, and we'll start with part 2, which will be more of the women's finishing off, and then some of the men who did not compete yesterday due to the weather cancellation. So, go take a break, go use the bathroom, go get some food, some snacks, and we'll see you guys in about 25 minutes. Cool, bye.
Best Dive has more than 20 years of experience in developing and manufacturing wetsuits. We use 100% Yamamoto neoprene with exclusive material license in China. Freediving champion Jessie Liu is our global ambassador. We collaborate closely with international and domestic freediving events. In 2018, Best Dive was awarded the title of the most popular domestic brand by AIDA China. We offer a variety of styles and high-quality services. You are welcomed at Best Dive.
Got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me. So poke that, push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, up that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby. Pour that sweet on me, baby, shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that. Preheat this oven up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like phonics. Gotta be honest, you're on it, and this ain't no time to be modest. Poke that, push that, shake that, girl, take your last name, let's hyphenate that. We don't need a cream, baby, pour that sweet on me, baby, shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that.
Just 3 or 4. Got it. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough, Captain.
Can you pull it up like 1 meter?
On va les mettre dans l'eau direct.
Yeah, good.
and welcome back. That was a very short break. Very short 30 minutes. Looks like we're just moving right on in. I am now you guys can, it's okay, you can walk past. You don't have to slide along the floor.
Okay.
It's all good. We got some of the Dive Eye staff coming, hanging out, checking on some equipment up here. And you know, for being Dive Eye, they seem very camera shy. Okay, cool. As we can also see, I am holding my umbrella now because it is getting a little windy up here, and I don't want it to blow away like it did yesterday. Cool. Okay, so if we could, it would be fantastic to have the start list put up on the screen. We can take a quick look of who's coming up next. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. So, up now we have Marion Chavan of France. Thank you. I was just delivered some tape to help tape the umbrella to the umbrella stand. Ooh, not a moment too soon. Marianne is doing a 63-meter dive with an announced time of 2:45. Please excuse the tape noises. I am doing double duty as both the commentator and as the rigging person. So, Marianne lives in a place called Annecy, I believe, in France. And she dives generally in cold lakes. Ooh. Looks like she's shaking her head and doesn't want to dive. Oof, that's tough. I don't really know what the exact reasoning was there. That'll be a DNS, as in did not start. That's unfortunate. That said, we do have this beautiful shot of the of us underwater, and of course here we have all the dives so far. I have just noticed that it says Day 3 Free Immersion Momen, which we'll work on correcting. And while we're correcting that, I'm also continuing to tape my umbrella. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit, and as such, the waves are also starting to move around a little bit more. But to be fair, definitely not as bad as it was yesterday. Hello, don't mind me, just fixing my umbrella. That said, it is, I mean, it's still an absolutely beautiful day here. Must be 28, 30 degrees, with the wind feeling like 26. Sunny, as it has been the entire time I've been here in Cyprus. I think we're going on day 28 of me being here, and there has not been a single like overcast day. The weather here is incredible, especially if you like wind in the afternoon and nice calm during the morning. It's very consistent. Okay, we're good. I have taped my umbrella to the umbrella stand. So, up next, we have Vera Giampietro of Switzerland. Last time we saw Vera, she was doing bifins, and I was telling you all the story about how the first full day that I had that I didn't dive, we spent walking around Limassol trying to find all of the stuff to make a dive weight, or a neck weight. And that is the weight that she is sporting now at this moment. Additionally, you can see her pool noodles all attached. One of the things that I have learned about freedivers is that, especially here at this event, is that we are very good at forgetting things behind and leaving things behind. I can't tell you how many times I have seen Vera's pool noodle and her snorkel sitting in a boat with Vera nowhere to be found. Or other people walking around with her stuff trying to find her because they have it. And to be fair, this is not an uncommon occurrence. We are in a Facebook group all together here, just sort of to have, to say, you know, if we're all going out for dinner or something, or if someone, you know, is selling a piece of equipment. But it has also become a very, very full place of lost and found items, which is funny to me. And to be fair, I shouldn't talk. I lose my stuff all the time as well. So I think it's just a requirement of being a freediver is that you're very good at losing your things. Ooh, we've got an early turn. Ah, shoot. I know Vera's been having a few ear issues recently, and you know, as I've been saying, there's a lot of pressure on athletes here to perform and to compete and to do these dives. This was going to be a national record attempt, but I think, you know, it's very important for divers to, which is okay, to know when, you know, they're pushing themselves past what they should be. And like I said yesterday, it's a very mature choice to turn around even in an event where there's so much pressure. Because, you know, there's always another dive, there's always another opportunity. But if you hurt yourself, you are not setting yourself up for a good time. So we have a yellow card, so she will get some points from this dive. It will go towards her overall standing, not only during this free immersion event, but also to the overall standing in the competition.
7, 124. Gauge number 10. Or gauge number 2, dive number 10.
Up next we have Hee-jong Park of South Korea, also known as Stella. Stella in her double K wetsuit, which many of the Korean divers have. She was saying that she started diving after seeing the Roatan AIDA video championship video online, and just thought that it was really, really amazing and wanted to do it. So she took a few training courses, and now she's here competing. Doing a 63-meter dive with an announced time of 2:20. In her normal life outside of the fantastic looking wetsuit and her goggles, she is a teacher. And she majored in mechanical engineering, and she's been rock climbing for about 7 years. The biggest thing that she wants to take away from this event is just to meet a lot of new people, meet all the competitors, and to just have some nice dives and some white cards.
4, 3, 2, 1. Official stop. Last one.
Once again, if you see the round thing inside of her hood on the left-hand side, that is her dive computer shoved right next to her ear, so she won't miss any dive alarms. Once again, we hear the judges counting. The diver has 30 seconds to dive after the official top. And here we go.
From Korea. 63 meters. Dive time 2 minutes 20 seconds.
She considers herself a very relaxed diver. And we can sort of see that by the slowing of the pulling at 30 meters. And getting into free fall. During her training, Stella would train early in the morning, then go to work, and then sometimes also do some stuff in the evening as well. But she said that it's really important for her to find a balance between training and work and her life, which I think is great advice for all of us. We should all find balance between the things that we love. Ooh, looks like the tag came out. Oh, nope, looks like she got 2 tags. I think we should all have some balance in our life between work, play, family and friends. Looks like we lost the second tag as well. We will see, maybe she got extra lucky and grabbed a third one, and there's a third one in her hood somewhere. This pole's looking nice and strong. See, she's nice and relaxed. Her head sort of moving a little bit from side to side.
Diver inside.
Okay, she's up on the surface. She's okay. There might be a little bit. She had a third tag in there. Okay. she had 4 tags, I think, maybe. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that's definitely one way to do it, to make sure that you have all your tags with you. And we've got a white card. Fantastic. Oh, excuse me. Very nice dive, making it look easy. And showing us how prepared she is for the event of multiple tag losses.
Dive number 8, 62.4.
Up next now we have Kathleen Grubel of Germany.
Okay.
She's doing a 60-meter dive with an announced time of 2:40.
60 meters. Yeah? 60 meters we have to set. 63. No, it was point 82.
One of the things that I've been asking a lot of divers is if they do any kind of dry training. And specifically, I was asking about dry statics. Because personally, I absolutely love doing dry statics. I love just laying in bed or on the couch and holding my breath. And I have found out that I am someone who is an anomaly in the freediving world. Most divers do not like doing dry statics. And a lot of people don't really like doing dry training. And Kathleen is one of those people. She does not find dry training enjoyable. She'd much rather be in the water. Which, I mean, is fair. I mean, you can do the training of equalization doing functional residual capacity or residual volume training, FRC or RV training, where you... Ooh, early turn. Wow. If you look really closely, you can see you can see her getting pulled away from the line very, very quickly. Yeah, this current seems to be quite strong. Dan, I'm wondering what's going on. Oof. Could have been an equalization issue, but I suspect the current just being the way it is probably a little difficult. Yellow card. She will get some points for this dive. But it's not what you want to see. Yeah, Kathleen was saying that her descent style is very, very slow, and so very slow and very relaxed. So in an event like this where the free fall is so important and the relaxation that comes from a very slow dive is so important, it can definitely be tough to sort of get excited about an event with the current like this.
Time set.
We now have Julia Marijevic of Latvia diving. In addition to being a freediver, she is also the vice president of AIDA. So when she's not diving, she's running around, answering questions, making sure things are organized, and generally just being a rock star. She holds records in both static and dynamic. Static meaning the pool discipline where you lay on the surface of the pool water and you hold your breath without moving, and you just hold for as long as you can. She also has dynamic records, which are doing similar events like what we're doing here, except instead of going deep, we are diving for distance. So we swim back and forth under the surface of the pool, and we do lengths of the pool. She's a previous Latvian record holder before she decided to settle down and have a family. So you're doing a few packs here on the surface. Again, adding more air volume into her lungs for easier equalization at depth. As you can hear, the dive time is 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which is a nice slow dive for this depth. As I was saying earlier, many people do not like doing dry statics, and Julia is also one of the anomalies. She loves doing dry statics, so maybe I'll try and get her to jump on one of my online breath sessions and see if she'll jump on and give us some advice and some feedback. Looking good. We have a nice controlled free fall. Touching down, getting the tag, coming back up. Here's some nice strong pulls. Good, ascending quickly. Julia started competing in 2010 in Sharm el-Sheikh. That's when she set her first national record at 58 meters for Latvia. And it was also her first time competing. So that's what a way to start off your competition career. She's looking good, nice and fresh, good surface protocol. You see the safeties standing back, well not standing, swimming back with their hands out of the water. They do that so that the judges, there's no doubt that they are not assisting the athlete in any sort of way. Because as soon as the safeties assist the diver, that is a red card. And a white card, fantastic. Very nicely done, Julia. Very nice dive. Once again, we see judges in yellow shirts, safeties in white, and coaches in wetsuits.
Gauge A1.
Every diver is allowed to have a coach with them. Coaches do everything from relaying information from the judges on the boat, calling out the official tops, to at the end of the dive, reminding them to breathe, reminding them to help with their surface protocol, keeping it all in the right order, everything like that.
6 minutes.
Next up we have Limassol Spa of España, Spain. Again, doing a 60-meter dive with an announced time of 2:20. I had the opportunity to chat with Laia last night, and she is a very interesting and profound person, I would say. She definitely knows what she's doing, definitely subscribes to the free part of freediving. If you notice, her mask and goggles don't actually have any straps on them to keep them on her head. And she was telling me that she doesn't like to have the strap on because it feels constricting, and she believes that, again, freediving should be free. And so one day she just decided to cut the straps off, and now she dives with just it basically on her face. A lot of people were asking how she can sort of do that while also equalizing and not losing the mask. And she was telling me that she regulates her soft palate really, really strictly in a way that allows just enough air to get into her, from her mouth, her oral cavity, up into her sinuses and her nasal cavity. And then she does hands-free equalizing, which is what you do when you open the eustachian tubes, which are tubes that go from your middle ear to your sinuses. And when you equalize, that's what divers are doing, is they're pushing air from their nasal cavity into their eustachian tubes. Laia can do that without doing any kind of pressure. And so in that way, she is able to keep the pressure of the mask onto her face while also continuing to equalize. She's looking really nice and relaxed, opting for a nice streamlined position. Hearing her dive alarm, no doubt. Touchdown, grab, tag in the hood. A little bit of a tangle on her lanyard, but coming up now. Looking really nice and relaxed. Yeah, I mean, do you wanna introduce yourself?
Yes, hello. My name is Sandrine. I'm coming from Luxembourg, and I just joined Brandon now. I have a few minutes before my start warm-up.
Yeah.
And Luxembourg is a nice city, so if you want to visit once.
Gotta put that shameless plug in there.
I met Laia yesterday, and she is making now a super coming up to the surface. She's so relaxed.
I know, she looks so relaxed and like she's enjoying this really nicely.
This morning she made a direct video for relaxation yoga.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw her.
I'm okay.
I'm okay. Fine. Wait for the few seconds before the judge is giving his... And the tape, maybe? She has... Well, the tag.
Yeah, she has to show that there's the tag.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
looking so nice and fresh too after this
Nice.
dive.
Her face is completely a white card.
Yeah, there we go.
Amazing, super.
There's no doubt.
I'm really proud of you, Laia. It's amazing, amazing.
Yeah. I also love that she just like removes
Yeah.
and chucks her mask.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I don't need this.
I don't know how she's doing. Okay. Oh,
Amazing.
Yeah. And,
Yeah. What are you doing for your dive today?
I will do. It's the first time I'm participating to World Championship. So I've started in February, and I'm in the Stau Divers Club in Luxembourg. And in Luxembourg we don't have so much sea around.
Yeah.
So I started in the pool because it's a scuba diving club, but they have also a place for the freediver.
Nice.
And it means that we are training in the swimming pool, static and dynamic. And then in May I started in the lakes, so it was
okay.
a little bit cold.
Yeah, a little cold
When I
perhaps.
arrived here for the first time in the sea, so it was, oh, it's so warm here.
So warm. Yeah, I'm used to diving in South Africa where the water is 9 degrees to like maybe 12, 13, 14, 15.
So you enjoy when it's warm.
I've been really enjoying this warm water. It's incredible.
Yeah. And then so I will make only 30 meters for today because I did not really practice this discipline, so I would prefer to be caution.
Yes, be safe and,
exactly.
and just enjoy the dive instead.
Exactly. So now we have
Mia, Hu Yiming from Taiwan.
It's better Mia.
Yes, yeah, she prefers Mia definitely. Doing a 58-meter dive. This is a national record attempt with a 2:15 announced dive time.
How is the current now? Because I've seen that before. It was a little bit sweepy on the right side.
It's come in and out. It looks better now. People are doing longer free falls, and I think as we're getting a bit more shallow, the current is coming off. Mia looks good. Doesn't look like she's being pulled too far in any one direction.
Okay. And she has.
She's got her mouth fill.
Yeah. Exactly. And now.
So yeah.
She's doing like Ayumi. She's still.
Still
bringing
pulling.
The rope. Yeah.
Yeah.
Using the rope now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
50.
Okay.
I mean, and Mia's been doing some amazing dives. She's been very consistently diving, hitting PBs, but doing it, you know, hitting her PB every single time. There we go. Yes, we got a touchdown. We're coming back up.
She looks so strong.
Yeah, she's a very small person, but she's an incredibly strong diver, both physically and mentally. I've had a lot of opportunities to chat with Mia, and she's always having some very profound comments about diving.
Looks her body sweet, going up really nicely. It's like she's dancing, you know.
Completely, yeah. It looks very effortless for her. And yeah, I mean, it's very relaxed too. All of the movement is only in the arms. Got our safety divers.
Yeah. They are making an amazing job. They are really good.
The safeties are doing an incredible job during this comp. Okay.
Nice.
Coming up.
Shooters.
呼吸，憋住，再一个，高一点，拉高一点。
Breathing.
So
important.
Yes. Nose clip. I'm okay. Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of divers.
Tag as well.
There we go. We got the tag who rush right to their surface protocol versus taking the time to do their recovery breaths, make sure that they're fully there, and then begin the removal of nose clip. Got a white card. Amazing.
Okay.
Congratulations, Mia. Very nice dive, national record.
Yeah, also really important to have national record for your own.
Yes, definitely.
I know that.
Yeah.
But I was the only one, so it's not so complicated for Luxembourg. But if I'm here, it's because I've been training as well. It's not just for fun. No? We need quite a lot of training, and the lakes are around in Luxembourg. We can go in Luxembourg 30 meters deep, or Belgium 50 meters deep,
50 meters.
Germany 70 meters deep. That's the advantage to live not far from a few other countries. They offer you other opportunities.
Definitely.
And I thanks also my nice sponsor. Because it's the first time we are competing in Luxembourg, and really thank you to them, because it's important to have, for the first year we are competing, a support. So I really want to thank them.
Yeah, and the support from all sponsors goes so far for the freedivers. I mean, it helps offset some of the cost of coming, finding rent, food, all of that stuff.
And what is important to say is that this sponsor, they are cleaning the air. So it means that it's really, the link is really good between freediving, because you breathe at the last moment you go in the water, some fresh air. So I think it's important for the sponsoring to have this kind of link. And,
definitely.
Okay, I will go to my rest now.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Brenton.
It's an absolute pleasure.
Okay, and see you later.
Yeah, see you later.
See you. I will see you in the water.
I will see you later.
Yeah, you will see
Enjoy your dive.
Thank you.
Up now we have Iru Balik of Venezuela. On her first dive.
48 meters. Dive time.
Oh, you know what? I won't say that because I don't know for sure. Today she's doing a 48 meter dive with an announced time of 2:05. I believe she's relatively new, one of the only, if not the only, representative from South America. I believe definitely women's the only representative of South America. Looking nice and good, staying close to the line. Wearing a stylish pair of socks.
1 minute.
Even though, a little early turn. Even though the water is 28 degrees, some of the divers are spending a fair amount of time in the water, and they're spending time doing their breathe-ups, they're relaxing, and they're not moving. So even though the water might be warm, you can get cold. And when you get cold, you start to shiver, you lose your relaxation, and that's not what you want for freediving. So even in these waters, and it also depends too on where you're coming from. If you're coming from Dahab, Egypt, 28 degrees is not really all that warm. If you're coming from a place like South Africa, you're jumping in just a swimsuit and you're spending time for hours in the water. So it's, again, as always, up to the divers to decide, what they're most comfortable with, and sometimes wearing a pair of socks really helps. Looking for the judge's call.
No attack, huh? No. Current is too crazy. The dive was nice. Okay, that makes a yellow card.
Judge is waiting at least 30 seconds. Got a yellow card. Judges can wait up to 30 seconds, or they have to wait up to 30 seconds before they give their judgment, but can also wait up to a minute if they are not sure how the diver is doing.
Lovely to see you diving.
Nice job all the same, Iru. The dive did look good. Once again, I'll assume equalization issues. Because if I recall, Iru can do a bit more deep than that. Next up, we have Suwon Kim of South Korea.
38,5 метров, 1,54.
Something that is very interesting about Suwon is that she actually learned how to freedive before she learned how to swim. I believe she took a freediving course because she saw it on the internet and thought it was really interesting. And when she was not in a wetsuit, she was struggling to keep her head above water. And obviously since then she has picked up swimming and has gotten pretty good at it. But definitely her passion is the freediving and not the swimming aspects.
Lock it. Lock it.
Yes, 50, 49, 48, yeah. Yep.
She's a very relaxed diver, and she tries to relax through all of her dives, whether she's having, the water's choppy or she's having an unrelaxed dive. She's always trying to just sort of keep calm and relax herself and keep all of her muscles soft, which is a really awesome thing to do. She was even telling me that as she's doing her breathe up and her relaxation, she's doing little visualizations and mostly just telling herself to relax more and more and more over and over and over again. You'll notice Suwon is holding her clip on the surface. A lot of divers will do that in order to make sure that they don't get tangled in their lanyard, which is a safety precaution that divers take. She doesn't get tangled in her lanyard as she does her duck dive.
20 meters!
So in holding her clip in her one hand, she then reaches underwater with the other hand and does a long pull, lets go of the clip, and then starts to move that arm that was holding the clip. And in that way, the clip stays, as you can see, above her, rather than getting sort of tangled or like held around her wrist or in her arms. Have a really nice free fall going. You can see her moving her leg a little bit to try and maneuver herself. We're down, grabbing a tag.
1 minute.
Beginning her ascent back up. She announced 2 minutes for this dive. I think she'll definitely be on schedule for that.
No problem.
The last competition she competed in was the Only Depth Challenge in November 2019 in Cebu in the Philippines. And in that event, she won 3rd place overall for the women, which is fantastic. See our safeties. Coming up nice and strong. This is a nice easy dive for Suwon.
I'm okay.
She's okay. Nice big smile on her face, as she always has. We got a white card. Heck yeah. Easy peasy, Suwon. Easy peasy. There we can once again see Arthur in his red mask, yellow snorkel.
Stage A1. Dive number 9.
Up next we have Judith de Waard from the Netherlands,
47.
doing a 47-meter dive, an announced 1:55 dive time.
The next step, we have 47 meters.
You can see getting a good amount of white cards and yellow cards.
Okay, safety
It's
is
definitely what I like to see.
You confirm?
Obviously, not a fan of red cards.
6 minutes.
I think as well the current is sort of dying down a little bit, so that definitely will have an impact.
Line set 47 meters.
This is Judith's first competition.
Thank you.
I have a bunch of profiles here of the athletes that I had them all answer a bunch of questions. And looking at the question, do you have any sponsors? She just has in all caps, I wish. So if there's anyone in the Netherlands who wants to sponsor Judith, please do reach out to her. And again, that is true for all of the freedivers here. Once again, sponsors make a huge difference, helps them pay for the cost of living at these events, helps pay for plane tickets. Yeah.
5 minutes.
Come on down, sponsors. And while we're thinking of sponsors, thanks again to all the sponsors of the AIDA World Championships. We really appreciate all of your support. One of the other questions I asked all the freedivers was, if you had free accommodation to go anywhere in the world to train for a month, where would it be and why? And again, Judith said, the place with the most nudibranch, which if you don't know are these really beautiful, basically sea slugs that come in all different colors, all different configurations of like hot pink, hot orange, yellows, blacks, whites and purples. They're absolutely incredible. If you have a chance to dive with them, you should definitely do so. And Judith, ooh, early turn. She heard me talking about nudibranch and wants to come back up and talk about it. One of the best places that I know of is in South Africa. They are all over the place and in very, very shallow depths as well. So no matter what your level of dive experience, you can go find nudibranch there. She was saying that the most important part of her training has been actually the realization that she has so much support around her. There's a very small freediving community in the Netherlands, but she has tons of friends and family and that community there as well cheering her on today. Grabbing up nice and high. Mask off. She's okay. Still looking nice and fresh. If I had to guess, I'd probably say an equalization issue. Still smiling though. Again, I mean, all of these dives are really nice, right? No matter what kind of card you get, it's fun, it's enjoyable. Yeah, we've got a yellow card there. So once again, she will get some points for this dive. We'll go to her overall standing in the competition as a whole and in today's events as the women's free immersion. flipping to page 2 of the start list, to Anastasia Postnikova of Russia. She's doing a 47-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 22 seconds. If you notice, Anastasia is using both a pair of goggles and a nose clip.
158.
The goggles will be fluid filled, so before her dive she will put water into them, again to make sure that there is no airspace in there, because if there is an airspace as you go deeper and deeper and as you descend, the pressure increases and the mask, in a way, you can feel it sucking onto your face. So that's why as you go deeper and deeper with the mask, you need to equalize it by pushing air into it. If there is no air in the mask, for example if it's filled with water instead, there's no need to do that. So that's why you will see a lot of divers using fluid-filled goggles, and in this case this will also be fluid-filled. And then she has the nose clip to assist her in equalizing and also keeping nose out of her sinuses. And here we go.
Anastasia Postnikova from Russia. 47 meters. Dive time 2 minutes 22 seconds.
She started freediving 4 years ago, but has been swimming since her university days. She competed in the Russian Championship in July in a mountain lake where the water was 9 degrees, which, man, again, I don't know. I find diving in cold water just not fun. and she actually agrees. She found it interesting, but probably not what she would prefer.
1 minute dive.
Looking nice and good. Ooh, another early turn. Ah. This is her second competition, and she does note that she is a very new to freediving, and she's mostly just here to see what it's like to dive in front of an audience, have a world championship experience, which is absolutely fantastic. I think, you know, having an experience like this where you are around a lot of judges, there's obviously a fair amount of pressure. Having the dive eye here, watching your dive, is cool in a way because you can see what you look like down at depth. On the other hand, it can be a little nerve-wracking. So, as you can see, as she takes off the goggles, water comes pouring out. She's okay. You can see as well she's got the dive computer attached to her neck. Waiting for the call. Looks like a yellow card. Yep. So surface protocol was all okay. Everything else was fine. She just didn't get down to the bottom to grab a tag. But very nice dive all the same. Looked nice and relaxed. Which really, what more can you ask for, you know? Ooh, excuse me.
2 minutes 01. You have orange? Okay.
Up next we have Lidia Isaveja of Latvia. Her personal best is 45 meters in free immersion, so doing this dive will be a new personal best for her. Additionally, I wanted to give a very special shout out to Maria, Lydia's mother, watching at home. we were chatting earlier, and she said that her mom has always said and thought that she's a mermaid because of how well she can swim in the water, and Maria was never as good as that, and so she always found it amazing how well she could swim. She's been working with Yulia Marievich, who we saw earlier today as her trainer. And obviously she also wants to thank her husband, JV, and the family in Riga, and all of the friends around the world supporting her at the moment. If you notice there, she did a pre-equalization on the surface. Pre-equalization, we do that when we're wearing a mask and it's not fluid-filled as a way to be able to pull down the line in the first few meters without having any kind of issues with our equalizing. The greatest change in pressure is in the first 10 meters of the water, and as such that's where we need to be equalizing the most in our dive. As we go deeper and deeper and deeper, we have to equalize less and less times. You can see Lydia flooding her hood a little bit there, so she may have been feeling a little bit of pressure. Oop. You saw a little bit of a move towards an early turn, but coming down, getting a tag. Attaching to the waist belt, a weight belt, and pulling ourselves back up again. As a diver descends, the gases get compressed and we need to equalize as we go down. But as we come back up again, those gases expand. And so you'll notice that none of the divers are equalizing on the way back up, and that's because the air spaces are expanding instead of contracting. So sometimes you'll also see, if you look very, very closely on a diver's mask, that there'll be a little bit of bubbles that sort of start to come up at the top of their mask. A lot of divers, and that's because the gases are expanding inside of the mask. Some divers will suck that air back in, and other divers will just let it sort of escape out. Yeah, we can see a little bit of that there now. There we go. She's okay. Grabbing up nice and high. We have a tag. And. Waiting patiently. Yellow card. That could be because she... Oh, no, it's a white card. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. We got a white card. We got a white card. Very nicely done, Lydia. I wonder if there may have been a little bit of confusion around the fact that she almost turned and continued to go down instead. But we'll see. Either way, nicely done. Next up, we have Seunggi Ham of South Korea. She's going to be doing a 45-meter dive with an announced time of 1 minute and 55 seconds. She has been diving for about 3 years. Started diving in 2017 in Dahab, which is an amazing place to dive, I've been told. The plan after this competition is to potentially go there and do a little bit of diving for myself, just for funsies. But we'll have to see what my schedule allows. Her personal best in free immersion is 55 meters, so she's doing a very conservative dive today. She was saying that after she reached her PB, she sort of went backwards a little bit in her diving and in her sort of relaxation. And so part of the reason why she's doing a shallow dive today is also to sort of get back and slowly work her way back up to that PB of 55 meters. See a little bit of shaking, probably trying to relax a little bit. Shake out any tension. Touching down, grabbing a tag, nice quick turn. Coming back up again. Please excuse the noise of my tea thermos. We've got some nice good extension on these arm pulls. As you can see, she only lets go of the last pull at the very end, so she's getting the full range of movement on these pulls, which is really great. No wasted energy and no wasted movement. Going back up. Looking good. Nose clip. Mask. Okay. Looking really good. As you can see, the water has calmed down a bit. And we got a white card. Fantastic. Thank you, Grant, for showing us the white card. Very nice dive. Looked nice and easy. And again, really good technique as well. Up next we have Petra Maricic of Croatia. Her PB in free immersion is 38. I have written down here. So this dive to 45 meters should be a new PB for her. She announced 1:45 as her dive time. and she specifically said that her goals during this competition are to get PBs. So let's see. We're definitely rooting for her. In exercise physiology and training, one of the things that is recommended for athletes to do is to have some kind of physical activity outside of the sport that they do. One of the reasons for that is to make sure that they are not always working the same muscles all the time. And please excuse me. And they are, you know, having well-rounded, their joints are well-rounded, they are not having any imbalances in muscles anywhere. And so a lot of athletes will do full-body exercises like doing rock climbing or yoga or that sort of stuff. Petra's maintenance sport of choice is pole dancing, which is absolutely fantastic. And if you have not taken a pole dancing class or any kind of acrobatic dance class, you should definitely take one because 1, they are tons of fun. 2, they are a workout. Like, people who dance and do pole dancing or do aerial acrobatics make it look so easy and so graceful, but holy heck, it is a workout. Petra is a medical doctor of occupational medicine and sports medicine at a clinic, the clinic in Reykjavik, which, again, she knows all about keeping herself well-rounded and taking care of herself in that way. Okay, we got a touchdown. Whoop, looks like we lost the tag. Hopefully she was able to get another one and shove it in her hood. Generally, athletes are really, you can really feel the tag in your hood. So if a tag falls out, I think it's generally because they already have a tag in there and it's just sort of out of their mind that there was another one in there. Coming up nice and relaxed, getting some nice pulls. You can sort of see a little bit of a current there, pulling her away from the line every single time. But still moving right through. Grabbing up nice and high on the line. Nose clip off, I'm okay. We do have a tag in there. Fantastic. Give a little bit of a show there. Nice smile. Looks like a really nice, easy dive. And again, if what she has told me is correct, this is a new PB by 7 meters. And we got our white card. Fantastic, Petra, very nice. Okay, 2 minutes to official top for Fumi Sonezaki of Japan. Fumi is incredibly active on her Instagram account, always posting lots of really fun videos, lots of behind the scenes stuff as well. So once again, as always, make sure you're following all the athletes. If you're watching live right now and you want to know where to find them, generally if you just put their name in into the Instagram search bar, you will find them. If you don't find them, put their first name and freediving afterwards, and that will usually do the trick. Fumi is 37 years old now, but she started diving at 31. She participated in some indoor and open competitions in Japan, and also participated in the AIDA Pool World Championships in 2018. The last competition she competed in was in Japan, and it was called the 9th Yabisu Cup by Team Mugen in 2019. She did 45 meters free immersion, which is 2 meters shorter than what she's, or 2 meters deeper than what she's announced today, with a dive time of 2:10. When considering what to announce, because divers have to announce the day before, the night before, what they're going to do, divers will take into account their current feeling, their physical fitness, but also the weather conditions. And last night, the weather conditions for the day were not looking super fantastic. So I think a fair number of divers have sort of gone a bit more conservative with their announcements. Again, because even a yellow card still counts. White card obviously counts more, but red cards count for 0 points. So we obviously don't want to be getting that. Ooh, okay, we can see there's probably quite a bit of current going there. Yeah, very, very out of position. The lanyard basically keeping her from pulling away. Come on, Fumi. You can do this. Coming down, grabbing the tag. While she wasn't as streamlined as we might like to see, she was very relaxed, and so we might see a bit longer of a dive time here. She announced 2:10, so I think we actually are on track, but what's most important is that she was relaxing the whole way through and conserving her energy for the pulls back up. We see our first safety diver already. Second safety diver. Still looking nice and relaxed. She's up nice and high. Nose clip coming off. She's okay. Again, the big smile. In with white card. Very nice. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see what she says when she sees this dive afterwards. I mean, I think she'll be really happy when she sees, you know, even in the position that she was in, she was still nice and relaxed and was able to continue to just sink and enjoy the dive. And I mean, it really shows how important relaxation is in the sport. Because if you're not relaxed, you're burning oxygen. If you're burning oxygen, that's less time underwater. Next up we have Henrietta Kiviarvi of Finland. Sorry, please excuse me. She's going to be doing a 40-meter dive with an announced time of 1:51. Again, we can see her boyfriend and coach and fellow Finnish diver Christian with her. Again, preparing to ever so stylishly pull the noodles out from under her for her dive. Henrietta is studying early education in university, and she works with disabled children during her day job. She also really enjoys going on all kinds of adventures, including rock climbing, surfing, free riding, surfing, and really everything relating to the mountains and the sea. Let's watch. There we go. We've got the pull. One thing that I find absolutely horrifying about Henrietta is that she does dives in the ice both with and without a wetsuit on. Yeah, no. Absolutely not, please and thank you. Making this dive look nice and easy. You can sort of see there she was moving one of her legs to adjust herself. She's a nice free fall position with her hands on her legs. Whoop, and there's the stopper coming back up again. Got some nice easy pulls, noticing how her whole body sort of just moves following the shoulders. The neck is relaxed, the legs are relaxed. And that's what you want. The only muscles using energy are the arms, everything else is just loose. There we go. She's okay. We've got the tag. She initially started competing because she was always coaching Christian, and then decided to take place. Yellow, white card, there we go. She decided to start competing herself because she was there anyway. And now here she is. Very nice dive. Has to feel good about that. Next up we have Katsiarina Spirina, yes, from Bulgaria, with a 40-meter dive with an announced time of 1:50, and it is a national record attempt. Again, noticing that she's holding her clip in her hand, which will help her make sure on her duck dive that she does not get tangled. You'd actually be surprised how easy it is to get tangled in your lanyard, especially doing free immersion. The carabiner, the clip, is quite heavy, and so if you are not holding it, it sits at about where, if you're laying on the surface, where your first arm pull, you reach down to pull and grab on the line. So you very often, at least for me, I very often will either grab the carabiner, the clip, or the line in some way, and then when I pull, because I hold my lanyard on my wrist, I will pull, and then it will also pull on my hand, my other hand. So that's why you'll also see a lot of divers either clip the lanyard to their ankle or to their waist as a way to sort of avoid this issue. But probably one of the best things you can do is hold on to it on the surface as you're doing your breathe up. Her personal best in free immersion is 35 meters, so with this dive, it will also be a personal best for her. She started diving in November of last year and has since participated in 2 static competitions, one dynamic session, or one dynamic one in the pool, and 1 depth competition. So she is really coming through and getting a lot of experience with all these competitions.
This is where they put you?
Yeah. You gonna come join me?
Yeah, why not? For a few minutes until I bake.
Yeah.
I heard you getting lonely up here.
Oh.
Starting to get a bit of Lord of the Flies.
Observing all my minions.
Fuck, it's hot, eh? It's gonna be here all day. Oh shit, sorry. Sorry. Can't swear.
Cannot swear.
Cannot swear.
But you can introduce yourself.
Hi, Luca.
From Canada?
From Canada. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Lovely to have you.
Sorry about the swearing. Didn't know we were live.
All good. We're always live up here.
Are we? Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. That's a good time.
Cool. Spirina Katsiarina. Cool.
Yes.
Belarus.
Just hitting the bottom.
Very nice.
Did she...
Oh, she just dropped the tag, yeah.
No, it looks like she has her noodle with her.
What a tank. She's got the noodle with her.
Wow. So she just did a 40-meter dive with...
Oh, she's going to lose the noodle, though.
And there it goes.
Oh, someone go get the noodle. That's a special noodle.
That is...
That just goes to show the current, eh? Did you see that noodle?
Yeah, that
flying.
Flew away.
What a tank. Good for her. Katsiarina.
Yeah, wow.
All the way down with a noodle.
Yeah, that's maybe one of the deepest noodles on the planet at this point.
That's probably a world record noodle right there.
World record
noodle. Too bad we lost it.
We'll see if we can maybe see if it pops up somewhere.
Yeah. Actually, let's take a look.
Okay.
I don't think she knew the whole time.
I don't know.
Oh, clean like
Looking
a pickle.
pretty clean.
And
Clean like a pickle?
Like a pickle, yeah.
Is that a thing that Canadians say?
I just made it up.
Okay.
Pickles are pretty clean. They've been soaking in brine, so.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
It is a pickle.
Do we see the
noodle?
The noodle anywhere?
It was pretty deep. It was in the 30-something.
Wow. So we've got a white card with a noodle toe and a national record and a personal best.
Super impressive, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Seriously good dive.
What a dive.
That just goes to show she was in the zone, didn't even bother her.
Yeah.
You know, when we talk about attention deconcentration, it's a matter of, even if she didn't notice it,
yeah,
it didn't take away from her concentration, from her focus. It was just
Right.
like, okay, the noodle's there, who cares? It's not
Yeah.
going to affect my dive, so be it.
Still going, still pulling.
Let it come on my journey, and it won't affect me.
Absolutely.
Very powerful mind.
Yeah, definitely. Up next we have Maria Pilinkova. of Russia, doing a 38-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1:40.
Nice wetsuit.
Yes. One of the few divers using a purple wetsuit here.
Hey!
Again, Luga.
Look at that.
Mustang Survival. What is Mustang Survival?
Mustang Survival makes. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but my buddy is, and they make a bunch of like really nice life jackets, dry suits, incredible dry bags.
Okay.
And he just gave me the cap.
Nice.
Before leaving, and I needed a cap.
Yeah.
So I'm wearing the cap.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's how I ended up with this Dahab Freedivers hat.
Oh, that's a classic.
Classic.
That's a classic hat.
Absolute
That's
classic.
Beautiful. Beautiful school, beautiful human beings there. Really amazing people.
Yeah, I'd love to go and do some diving there.
Oh, you should. You should. Oh, yeah. Cool. And there's always events too. Like I remember Carlos, one of the owners, one night he was just like cooking Brazilian steak for everybody, and it was just
my gosh.
we were feasting and eating steak and drinking beer and smoking stuff, and it was amazing. You know, incredible evenings. I mean, no, freedivers don't smoke. None of that.
No.
Beautiful group of people, really. You should go.
Yeah, I would really love to. Yeah. Plus, the weather there does not hurt either. I hear now is the perfect time to go because it's starting to cool down, but the water's still nice and warm.
Oh, yeah.
That is my jam.
100%. November till May, Dahab is a place to be. Oh, there she goes, Maria.
There she goes. She says that free immersion
good.
is her favorite discipline.
No kidding.
Because she can just relax and really just zone out and enjoy it.
Yeah. I like how she's dancing with her legs there. Super calm, just letting them sway.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I like most about free immersion is you don't really have to worry about a terrible amount of like body position. Like you're doing just a lot of pulling, and wherever you are pulling, it's the tip of your body, so the rest of your body will follow no matter what. Whereas when you're kicking, you sort of have to continue to direct the front of your body around.
Yeah. There you go, nice. Grabs the tag.
Nice easy dive.
Nice and easy, yeah. Yeah, I like how she's kind of throwing in the legs there too. Good job. Oh, little flush.
Around, yep, a little flush.
Or maybe she had to tuck in the
tag.
The tag, maybe, yeah. There's the safety. There you go. Yeah. There's current today, that's for sure.
Definitely a lot of current. Yeah, we've seen a few people. Fumi, for example, was free falling at like a 45-degree angle.
Okay.
Still had an amazing dive. Still got a white card, but probably not the most optimal or streamlined position to be free falling in.
No. Free immersion is actually quite technical, and it can be hard to keep that body in the tucked in position.
Totally.
And there is more core engagement than people realize. So there's actually quite a lot of technique, and I had the opportunity to learn a lot from Thibaut Guignez.
Yeah.
And he's really
amazing.
That's his thing, free immersion, right?
Yeah.
He's really, really technical, and he's very, very precise with it. So it's impressive. Yeah. Boom! There you go.
Okay. Yes.
Happy Catherine. What are we gonna get? White card. There you go.
White card. Fantastic.
Yeah, great dive.
Yeah, it looks really nice, really relaxed.
Cool as bananas.
Yeah. Bananas are cool.
It's a cool fruit.
Yeah.
It's just basically a cool fruit.
Yeah.
I ate like 7.
I had one this morning. My bananas are my go-to for not only for before I get here, but also for all of my pre-dive stuff. I'll have a banana maybe like half an hour before I get in the water.
You gotta keep up your salts. It's crazy. Magnesium, potassium, calcium, sodium, all that.
Yeah.
I've been getting some cramps and I realized, uh-oh.
Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of the divers don't like to eat anything before their dives, especially nothing like heavy. But I know that there are divers who just come on a completely empty stomach. And I mean, if it works for them, it works for them. I'm someone that likes to have a little bit of blood sugar in my body before my dives.
Yeah.
So
You got to find that balance between the two.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I notice over time your body trains and it gets used to it, which is really cool, actually.
It is, yeah. I mean, the body is so adaptable. Yeah, for sure.
So we've got Natalia Chernoborodova.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. First try.
Beautiful name.
Yeah.
Natalia.
Chernoborodova.
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 Yeah.
Okay. Very nice. From Russia, doing 35 meters with an announced time of 1:25. Her goals during this competition are just to enjoy being here in Cyprus. Getting white card never hurts. And as we were saying earlier, we were talking about maintenance activities for athletes when they're not competing or doing freediving. And Natalia does a lot of yoga.
Good.
What do you do for your maintenance activities?
I do a lot of mountain stuff.
Okay.
So I'm a lot of I really enjoy ice climbing.
Oh.
Specifically because ice climbing and freediving have a lot in common in terms of keeping the mind in a good place. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Natalia started diving in February of 2020, so she's still a relatively new diver. Excuse me. But again, I mean, competing in World Championship events there's an extra element that gets added with having the judges around, having the dive eye around, diving with people who are, busting out 100-meter dives. And as a new diver, it's just a lot of extra stuff that you don't really have when you're just diving on a line with a bunch of buddies.
Oh yeah.
So it takes a lot of courage to come participate in an event like this.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's a bunch of people looking at you, giving you 30 seconds to take one breath, and you have to do a physical performance.
Yeah.
So, when I tell this to some professional climbers, for example, that do free soloing, like we saw in the movies, I know a lot of these people from Canada, and they do immense things, and I tell them, well, this is what I do. They're like, what? And I'm like, what do you mean what? What you do is way crazier. It's always perspective.
It's always perspective, yeah.
And it comes down to risk tolerance. When the mind is automated and conditioned to do something, for example, free immersion, 50 meters, 100 meters, your body gets used to it.
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
quite amazing. It's
It definitely
very
is.
mental sport.
It really is. I think that's one of my favorite things about it is that, you can be physically capable of reaching a lot of depth, but if you are not mentally relaxed, if you're not mentally aware of what's going on, you're sharp but also completely decentralized focus, you are not going to be able to reach that depth.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. There she is.
Grabbing up nice and high. I'm okay.
It's got the tag.
Got the tag.
Looking good.
Always a plus.
Nice. I like it. No hood.
Yeah.
Just let the hair out. That's cool.
Yeah. As we all wait awkwardly and patiently. And a white card. Fantastic.
Nice.
Great. There goes the boat.
No noodle. No noodle appeared. No noodle surfaced.
I wonder if it's stuck under the boat.
No, because the current would have brought it that way, right?
Brought it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Towards the ocean, towards the shore.
Unless it got picked up.
It could have
we
been.
We just didn't see
maybe,
it.
Maybe.
I really hope so. Up next, we have Angeliki Luitsu of Cyprus. One of the, I believe, 3 Cypriots diving here during this competition. She's mostly here to gain experience and just learn from other freedivers, generally be in the atmosphere, in the space, and just have some fun. Which, again, I think is a really great attitude to have coming into your first competition, or really any competition. Just show up, have fun, do your dives, and don't worry too much about it.
No, exactly.
Angeliki's doing a 35-meter dive with an announced time of 1:30. A stylish pink noodle.
On her belly, that's the first I see that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've been trying to get people on the live stream to reach out to me about having a partnership to create freediver-specific pool noodles and flotation devices.
Oh.
Because, I mean,
30 seconds.
you know, none of these noodles are, like, branded or anything.
Nope.
And I think it's a wasted opportunity. And I want to get in on the ground floor. This is my ticket. You know?
Ticket to ride.
Ticket to ride.
Specialized noodles.
Dad?
Yeah, I'll become a freediving bum and travel the world and
Why not?
go from couch to couch.
There you go.
Wow. Provision top.
Let's see.
This is the noodle. Yeah, they.
Yep.
I know some people use those airplane pillows.
Mm-hmm.
Alenka uses that,
Yeah.
and a bunch of other people.
Yep.
There she goes.
Angeliki took her first AIDA course in April of this year. So she is very new to the sport.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what's that? We're in September now, so 4 months?
It's good, and she's going for 35 already.
Yeah.
Very nice. There you go. A little bit nervous, moving the legs. Maybe equalization.
Nervous. Yeah.
That's okay. There you go. We all started. We were all there.
We all started somewhere, in
There
the
you
end.
go. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
She's
Coming up on the turn.
boom, grabs the tag, tucks it into the hood. There you go.
One of the things that I would say is you notice her looking down the line the whole time with her head sort of facing up.
Yeah.
And that, in doing that sort of, you know, where your head goes, your body follows.
Yeah.
And that sort of turns you into a bit of a banana shape and takes you out of position.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
The head is the rudder of your vessel.
Ooh, that's a good way of putting it too. Yeah, I like that.
I always tell people that.
Nice. Yeah, because you're an instructor as well in Canada.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I teach freediving and spearfishing in Canada.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
Yeah.
She's
There
okay.
you go. She's good.
Good to go.
Angeliki Luciu. Luciu, I think.
Digging in her hood for the tag.
I've noticed some of the Cypriot names are slightly different than the Greek names. You know? Yeah, I like that. It's pretty cool. It's good. Cypriots are not Greek, but there's a lot of connections.
Well,
There's a lot of connection there.
Yeah, the names are a little different.
And a white card.
Nicely done.
Fantastic.
Like Sava. I love his name.
Yeah. Savas is one of the organizers of the event, doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes, keeping everybody safe, keeping things moving.
Taking care of business.
Taking care of business.
TCB? Taking care of business, yeah.
Are you just making all these things
No,
up?
I'm not. It's
Okay.
TCB.
I've never heard that.
It's a well-established acronym among the community of business people.
Okay. Amazing.
It's a lot of sun up here. We're getting dehydrated.
We're getting a little sunny up here now. Yeah.
Little bit of a Lord of the Flies thing going on too.
Yeah, it's actually really nice because this morning the sun was coming from behind me, but now we're getting a little bit of the sun coming from the opposite direction.
At least there's a light breeze.
The light breeze really helps, yeah. Up next we have Anastasia Borisova of Russia, doing a 30-meter dive with an announced time of 1:10.
No, maybe.
She is 24 years old now and started diving when she was 20. So she's got a little bit of time under her belt. And she describes one of her best dives as going when she went to Y40 and was able to dive on the line there, dive without a wetsuit at all, because the water I think is like in the low 30s or something.
Super warm. Yeah.
Super warm, and you just feel really relaxed. Yeah, one day I'll go to one of the indoor deep pools.
Yeah. There's that new one in Dubai too, 60
New one in
meters.
Dubai.
That looks pretty cool.
Yep. I mean, I
thought they were gonna go with deeper, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, 60 meters is pretty deep.
Pretty damn deep.
Pretty deep for an indoor pool.
The engineering behind that, phenomenal.
Yeah.
They before they even filled it up with water, the foundation is like triple walled with reinforced concrete.
Wow.
And the weight of the water, something like 14 million cubic meters, actually helped to settle the foundation.
Wow.
The base, because that much water is so heavy that it actually helped to settle it into place.
Wow,
you
that's
can imagine that.
Incredible. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine 60 meters worth of water.
It's a lot. Massive
Yeah.
hydrostatic pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, Dawn, if you're listening to this from Deep Spot Dubai, make sure to give me and Brandon free passes for promoting Deep Spot. Thank you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Gotta shout it out there, you know?
Gotta shout it out.
Gotta put yourself out there. Gotta get that free invitation.
I know, you don't know until you ask, right?
That's right.
And the worst they can do is say no.
That's adorable.
Yeah, it's from one of our sponsors, Best Dive.
Best Dive wetsuits.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Anastasia is diving. Has a nice position. Still looking a little bit like there's some current down there. Making some adjustments with her legs.
Yeah, I think there's still some current.
Yeah. Yeah, I gave it a little pull and then got yanked off a little bit.
Yeah, you could tell her body alignment.
Yeah.
Especially people that just getting to know their bodies in free immersion.
Yeah.
With the current, it could be really weird. Like your body's just being thrown back, and you're like, well, how can I bring these legs back forward? You know?
Right. Yeah.
It's coming up, looking good.
Yeah. We got our safety there.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that? Is that Chris? It looks like Chris.
It's tough to say. Unless they're Arthur, they all look the same.
I think that's Jimmy with the short fins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jimmy is head instructor at Blue Element Dominica. Really awesome diver, awesome human being.
Yeah, great guy.
Go freediving in Dominica, I recommend it. Yeah, there he is.
Nose clip.
There you go.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Yeah. That was 32 seconds longer than her announced time.
Oh.
But
okay.
I mean, that's okay. Announced time is mostly just used for an estimate of dive time.
At these depths, it's okay.
Yes.
Depths, no problemo.
Right. White card. Fantastic.
32 seconds more, unless you're Abdel.
Yeah.
If you're really deep free divers, then it could be a problem. But here, it's no problem at all.
Yeah.
Just
Absolutely.
took her time and enjoyed it.
And again, that's what you got to do.
There's Arthur in the red mask. Arthur's an awesome safety too. Really, really great guy. One of the guardian angels. Arthur needs a new wetsuit, so Best Dive, if you want to send an amazing human being a new wetsuit, he's the guy to send it to.
We can shout out to Double K as well.
Double K. Double K. Yeah, you guys have great wetsuits as well, so yeah. My favorite is Oceaner, obviously, but yeah, they're a little more on the high end. A little pricey. But amazing sponsors. That's what I love about these competitions.
Yeah.
Good sponsors.
I completely agree.
Love to see the first prizes too. I mean, incredible. Look at that.
Yeah.
Double K, best dive, paralens. Maybe the first person might win a paralens. EDT. Shipping company.
Yeah, sponsored the boat that we're on right now.
Might just win a weekend on the boat or something.
Ooh.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Okay, so we have one more female diver, being Sandrine S. Louis, who chatted with us earlier. And then we'll be switching over to the men's constant weight bifins who were unable to compete yesterday.
Yes, yes, indeed.
So we have a few of those, and then we will be wrapping up today.
Yeah. And I will be leaving you.
Okay.
Because I'm very moist in my wetsuit soon.
Yeah, yeah.
And I have to...
I'm sure you're sweating a little bit.
Immersion diuresis is going to kick in soon, so you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
Free dive joke. It's not my fault. It's the mammalian dive response.
You have to blame it on the MDR.
Yeah, and there's only so many times you can pee in your wetsuit until it starts to really smell like pee.
That's
that'd be an interesting study, actually. The absorption capacity
of the neoprene.
And at what limit does the concentration really just permanently smell like urine? There you go. If we have funds for that kind of research,
yeah, we'll shout out to some universities as well and see what we can come up with.
Yeah. Okay. Especially the line on the inside wetsuits, you have to be more careful. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I will see you later. I'll see if I can catch that boat.
Awesome. Yeah, enjoy, and we'll chat soon.
Thank you for having me on here.
It's a pleasure.
See you later.
Yeah, see you later.
Sorry for the swear words. I didn't know we were live.
It's all good. Cool. So we have Sandrine S. Louis of Luxembourg doing her 30-meter dive, as she said earlier, with a 1-meter announced dive time. Looking nice and fast, doing little equalizations, coming down, grabbing a tag, and coming back up. It actually looked like there that she was getting pulled by the current so much that she had to swim back to the bottom plate. Here she comes. Here comes Speed Racer. Coming up. Doing her recoveries. She's okay. Again, look at those hot pink nails matching the wetsuit, the neck weight, the swim cap. Number one rule in freediving, you gotta look good. Okay, white card and a national record for Luxembourg. Very nicely done, as we all knew she would. Fantastic and easy dive.
meters even, 30.0.
Alright guys, we're going down.
So coming up next, we have 6 men's divers, again doing the constant weight bifins, so using the fins. Coming up first is Peter Ballack of Sweden. His announced dive is 74 meters with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a national record attempt. His first memory of holding his breath was as a kid, holding his breath in the bathtub, which probably wouldn't recommend, but as a child, yeah, you hold for 15-30 seconds. He lives in Stockholm, and he was saying that the only places he really has to train are in cold and dark quarries. And as someone who has also only trained depth in cold and dark quarries, I can say that in a way it sort of bomb-proofs you. In that, like, if you're diving always in beautiful conditions, the water is crystal clear, it's nice and warm, it's very easy to have lovely dives in these conditions. But if you are diving in places where it is dark at 10-15 meters, it is cold, you don't really feel comfortable, that can, that's definitely a way to sort of amp up your training. And so Peter, I definitely feel ya on that. He started freediving at the age of 39. He is 50 now and has been competing for about 5 years and tries to do 1 or 2 depth competitions per year. His personal best in constant weight bifins is 75 meters, so he's announced a 1 meter shallower dive. As you can see, he takes a second on the surface to flood his hood. We've now got some short, powerful finning going on at the surface to break through the positive buoyancy. And if we watch closely as we go down deeper and deeper, he will begin to slow down his finning as he becomes neutrally buoyant and then eventually negatively buoyant. Giving a little adjustment to his nose clip. Little kicks here and there, keeping his speed up as he descends. Again, he announced 2:30 for a dive time on this dive. His goal for this competition is to just have really nice, clean dives. This is his first World Championship, so he wants to just try and stick to white cards and just enjoying himself. Coming up on the bottom plate now. So as we're here now in the Bifins event, divers are allowed to do 1 pull on the candy cane at the bottom, and then they are not allowed to pull anymore. He has switched to a streamline position with his arms above his head, which helps him cut through the water, but in a way also slightly reduces relaxation. You're activating your muscles as you keep your arms above your head, and that obviously consumes oxygen. So like I said yesterday, it sort of depends on the athlete of if they want to, have a longer dive with more conservation of oxygen, or a shorter dive where they are using oxygen a bit more, but they are powering through. We've got our safeties. He's slowly riding the positive buoyancy up, kicking very slowly. Coming up. Grab it on. Turn around. Oh, oh, no, no, oh. Oh, okay. Shoot. And he's back right away. Safeties are removing his equipment. Again, totally fine. Smiling. Again, like I was saying earlier, you got a red card, yeah. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of these divers, when they have a surface blackout like that, they're incredibly short, and the diver doesn't even realize that they've blacked out. It's just 1 second they're reaching, and the next second they're being supported by the safeties, and the judge is showing them a red card. Very close, Peter. Very nice dive. Okay. As we can see, we have the rest of the divers here for today. Matti Aronen, Tommy Passanen, Dino Maxan, Michel Filinis 2. That's interesting. And Christian Maki Yasila. 3 Finnish divers to go, which is very exciting. Again, Matti Aronen from Finland. He holds 2 national records in constant weight bifins. His personal best in constant weight bifins is 63 meters. So his announcement of 64 meters will be a PB for him, as well as a new national record. Looking good. Nice finning position. Again, we can see Matti diving with a pair of gloves on. That little bit always helps with comfort and relaxation. Enjoying a really nice free fall here. Really nice head position, slightly tucked in towards his chin. Here we go, coming on the dive plate. Really nice turn as well, not a lot of energy wasted. He considers his diving style too slow. So I think he wants to improve his dive times a little bit. And we're coming up on 2 minutes here with his announced time of 2:30, so he should be pretty much on schedule. Safety diver 1. Safety diver 2 off to the side. He mostly dives for fun. He hasn't done too many competitions yet, but really loves diving with all kinds of animals and sea life. Oop, okay, here we go. Do scoot recovery breaths, mask off. I'm okay. Looking good. Grabbing the tag. Continuing to breathe. Can't hear the judges, but we've got a white card and a new national record for Finland. Constant weight bifins. Congratulations, Matti. Very nice dive. 64 meters. Next we have Tommy Passinen of Finland, being coached by Anas Sher of Morocco. Tommy's current PB in bifins is 58 meters. So again, 2 meters short. His last and first competition, or most recent and first competition, was the Finnish Freediving Open, which was a pool comp. He got a national record in bifins, dynamic bifins, doing 154 meters, so swimming and a little bit of feeling of pressure. He's looking really nice and relaxed here. Notice he had his fingers on his thighs in a really nice position, keeping himself nice and streamlined. There's maybe a little bit of an extra pull there. I can't quite tell with the glare on my screen. Okay, we're coming up. Nice fitting technique. You can see he's sort of kicking towards the line with his feet more behind him than they are in parallel with him. I would probably think that's because there's still a little bit of current down there, and so he's sort of having to kick to stay close to the line. Okay, nice and high up. Nose clip off. I'm okay. His goal here during the comp, there we go, he's got the tag, is to just have really good experiences, get white cards. We got a white card, fantastic. So he's doing what he set out to do. He's getting white cards. Just to have fun and meet fellow freedivers from around the world, which, being here is definitely something that you're going to do a lot of. Oh, incidentally, Tommy has also done 101 meters using the bifins dynamic, so swimming underneath, back and forth, under ice. So swimming from one ice hole to another, which again, absolutely horrifies me, because that is too cold. But hey, someone's got to do it, right? Next up we have Dino Maksan of Croatia, doing a 52 meter dive with an announced time of 1:50. He started freediving at 20 years old. He is 33 now. And he started right away doing depth and pool competitions and spearfishing competitions. So he has quite a lot of experience. The last competition that he competed in was the Adriatic Depth Trophy in 2021, where he placed 3rd place overall with the men. And then also the Pakistani Depth Challenge in 2021, they also hosted. In his work life, he is a civil engineer, and again, for his maintenance activities, he wrote that he is always running after his kids, which I don't have any kids myself, but I have a lot of friends who do, and as I sometimes babysit them, definitely chasing after kids is a good maintenance activity. Okay, looking good. Again, 52-meter dive with an announced dive time of 150. Hitting his free fall now. A little bit of kicking here and there. An abrupt touchdown and coming back up again. He has his dive weight very low on his waist. One of the things you want to try and do is keep, if you're not going to have weight on your neck, you want to try and keep your weight distributed around your waist as much as you can in order to make sure that you are not being dragged from one side or the other because you are weighted differently. Cool, nice and high grab. Good recovery. Nose clip off. I'm okay. Looking really nice and fresh. And as we wait, I see no reason why this wouldn't be a white card. White card, there we go. Fantastic. Really nice dive. And big smiles. Definitely feeling good. Two more divers. If you haven't already, make sure you are following the AIDA Freediving Instagram account. And if you are taking any photos, watching from home, supporting the athletes, make sure you are using the hashtag AIDAWCH 2021. All of the videos and stuff are getting sent there. And we'd love to see what all you guys are doing. Cool. Up next we have Michel Filinis of Brazil, doing a 48-meter dive with an announced time of 140. He is a 6-time national Brazilian record holder and trains in Athens, Greece. When he's not freediving, he is doing open water swimming and doing triathlons. In addition to being a depth diver, Michel is also a pool diver. He does all 4 pool disciplines. Although unfortunately I don't have his results in front of me for that.
Official top, last one.
Okay, right official top. Really nice duck dive there. Got a little movement there on the dive eye. And as you can see, keeping a nice free fall position. Divers will often use their fins and make little adjustments with their ankles to keep themselves closer or move themselves further from the line. And so if you ever see a diver sort of wiggling their feet around a little bit, that's usually what they're doing. Okay, we got touchdown, got the tag, coming back up. Michel says that his favorite discipline is CNF, which is constant weight no fins, because it's a really great workout.
Diver, safety
And as we'll see on the CNF day, I believe that's at the end of the no, I believe that's after free immersion. We will see some athletes doing free immersion, or CNF, and yeah, you'll take a look and see for yourself. It can definitely be a little bit more taxing on the body. Okay. He's okay. There is the tag. It is a delicious tag. And a white card. Perfect.
Okay, where do we go now?
Very nicely done, Michelle. Great job.
She has a 63 meters.
Okay. Christian holds records in both dynamic no fins in the pool as a national record, and also in the dynamic bifins of 181 meters which was originally held by Tommy Passanen, who we just saw dive.
Yeah. Dive is set at 63 meters.
Christian has been diving since the age of 25 with some spearfishing and did his first freediving course in 2012. He's 38 years old now. So he has a lot of experience. If I recall correctly, he also has a diving school in Finland. So make sure you're checking out either him or Henrietta's Instagram accounts for details on that. Beautiful shot from under the water. I'm trying to decide right now if I either want to get on the first boat as I can back, or I want to take a little bit of time and jump in the water first. The conditions have really mellowed out. They're nice and beautiful here on the surface. And I don't really have any other chance to jump in the water, so maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. Leave me a message in the comments and let me know if you want me to dive or not. Here we go. Diving. Really nice streamlined technique. Nice small kicks. And again, as I said, as you go deeper and deeper, you have to kick less and less. Wow, seamless transition into the free fall. You can sort of see him moving his ankles a little bit. Ooh. Oh. What's happening here? Early turn, yeah. Yeah, it's so difficult. Especially I find in waters like this where you can very easily see the bottom. There's always this sort of urge to look up and see how far away you are from the bottom plate. And that can, one, sort of trip you up. It opens you up as well. And generally, I find for myself, if I am looking for the bottom plate, I'm not necessarily relaxed, and it's better just for me to turn around and come back up again, which is what Christian did here. And I think made a good call. Could have been an equalization issue. But it's definitely always safer to do a turn and come back than it is to try and ride the flexibility of your ears and risk injury. So we got a yellow card. So the dive still will count towards the overall score, both for the men's constant weight bifins day, but also for the overall competition. Okay. Okay. So it looks like we have, let me quickly check my notes here again. Ooh, looks like we have Marianne Chavain here. Yes, we do. I think earlier she may have felt a little rushed, because this was right when we took the camera break, and I think there was a lot of rushing around, not feeling quite ready. So it looks like the judges are letting her do her free immersion dive down to 63 meters now. Doing a nice relaxed breathe up. Again, noticing holding the lanyard, the carabiner. This is her favorite event, and she notes that because she really enjoys climbing as well. And she says this is part of one of the closest you can get to climbing underwater, which is a good way of putting it. I would agree that doing free immersion is like climbing in a way. She was saying that her best dive was 2 years ago, doing variable weight. She did 80 meters in variable weight. Variable weight is another discipline, another freediving discipline where a diver will detach a weight from a flotation device on a line and will hold on to that weight and descend, and will go down to depth, and then they will let go of the weight and swim back up again. So it allows divers to get a little bit deeper. It's challenging more for the equalization, but it's definitely fun. Sometimes when I'm teaching my freediving courses in South Africa, when I use my buoy, I will ride the line down as well to check depth and also just have a fun, relaxing dive as well. Okay, you can see we've switched back to free immersion. So this is the last free immersion dive of the day. Doing some nice long pulls. And the last pull before free fall.
Russian style.
Oh.
45.
And again, you can see she's using her legs to steer her a little bit, keep her closer to the line. Again, noticing the legs nice and tucked together, the hands on the thighs. Ooh, another early turn. Shoot. Early turn at 60. If I recall correctly, Marianne is doing all of the events in the competition. So as I've been saying, it's once again, it's better to just get the yellow card and be 100% for the next day. Or for women's, they're going to have a day off tomorrow, and then the day after that they compete again. So rather just take that time to make sure you're fully recovered, fully relaxed, and ready for the next event than try and push it even a little bit and risk an injury. Safeties are there, watching, following. Come back up. Looking nice and strong. One of the things that we haven't really talked about today is mouthfill and losing mouthfill. When you equalize using mouthfill, you are pinching your cheeks a little bit, and then as the space gets smaller and smaller, you move to using, yellow card. You move to using your tongue to pump the air up into your sinuses. If you do that too hard, you risk losing your mouthfill. And that's because the glottis, the part of your throat that separates the separates the lungs from your oral cavity, that's closed. If you push too much pressure, air can leak back down into your lungs or into your stomach. And as a result, that air rushing, you then lose the mouthfill. And so it's sort of a thing that needs to be trained and needs to be worked on.
Dive number 15.
We've got the three merry men working hard to begin raising up the bottom plates and get us ready to go. Cool. Okay. Well, that is day 3. Had some good dives, had some good guests, had some nice weather, had some not nice weather. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Please make sure, again, that you are sharing the links around. Make sure that you are posting on AIDA Freediving, their Instagram account. The results will all be posted online on the AIDAinternational.org website. Again, you will go to AIDAinternational.org, scroll down a little bit, click on the 27th AIDA Championship logo. You will then see a menu, and on the right-hand side, you will see the results. So you will check on that, and you can see what the official results were from today's event and all the other days. Until tomorrow, I have been Brandon Reed, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
30 meters maybe. Just 30.